Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Rector, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's international conference, A World Tailored to Seniors, the Lives of Older People in the Light of Empirical Research 2025. I would like to welcome Professor Anna Fidelus, Deputy Rector of this university, Professor Gertruda Uścińska, Rector of the Nicolaus Copernicus University in Warsaw, and an expert involved in our project. Agnieszka Sawakowska, head of social issues. I cannot see her, but also welcome. We are also joined by Deputy Dean of this faculty, Professor Rafał Wiśniewski, as well as Dean of the Faculty of Theology, Reverend Professor Rafał Bednarczyk, also involved as an expert in our project. A little bit later, Dr. Wojciech Klimski, Deputy Head of the Institute of Sociology, will join us. We are also joined by Mayor of Wyszogród, Iwona Gordat, with her team of experts, Anna Bogucka, Head of the Social Assistance Center in Boguty, Pianki, and her team, Director Magdalena Król, Head of the Municipal Social Assistance Center in Przasnysz. I would also like to welcome her team. We're also joined by Piotr Łysoń, Head of Social Research Department at Statistics Poland. We are very glad that you have joined. I'm not sure if the group from Statistics Poland unit in Białystok, Ms. Gawlińska and Romańska are here. They confirmed they would attend. Maybe they will join us later. The Department of Statistics Poland in Białystok specializes in old age and older people's research. That's why they've sent a delegation to this conference. We're also joined by Magdalena Konrad, Head of the National Seniors Economy Institute. I'd also like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, joining us as the audience, both older participants as well as students. We are aging every day. That includes you. I'm talking to you, students, right now. So old age is a significant, a relevant issue for everyone. Would I also like to welcome members of the research team of UKSW, so this university, and especially from the Institute of Social Issues. I'm very pleased that many people are joining us online, different experts, members of the academia. We are very happy that you are here with us as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, dynamics of social changes influenced by, among others, demographic processes, leads to an important challenge connected to aging society. The process of societal aging is a result of a beneficial and advantageous phenomena, a longer lifespan. However, because there is a low number of children, it has become a challenge, especially that in the nearest temporal perspective we cannot expect any significant changes. So the birth rate have been low for the last 25 years, and they will affect the future birth rate as well. So because in the future there will be fewer and fewer women able to bear children, so the supply of labor on the labor market will decrease as well, and the number of the oldest citizens will grow in comparison, which will pose a challenge to social security systems. That's why it is so important that we take a close look at the situation of older people from different angles, so family, relations, work, intergeneral relations, values, needs or expectations. It is, among other things, those issues that have become the starting point for our research project called A World Tailored to Seniors, a situation of all the people in Poland, financed by the Minister of Education and Science on the science. It is implemented by Old Age and Aging Research Center of this university, as well as the Reference Research Center of this university. We carry out surveys, carry out quantitative and qualitative research. Last year we had a publication entitled Social Policies. You can find more information about it on our website. So as I said, our research was qualitative and quantitative. There is a constant module that is repeated every year. We hope that also next year it will be repeated, but every year there is also a focus on one theme, and this year it was on the assistance received and offered to others by all the people in formal settings, but also in informal settings, such as a family, depending on one's independence. The qualitative study was carried out between June and July this year. The quantitative study was carried out on a Poland-wide representative sample of people of the age of 60 or more. The sample amounted to 3,000 people. It was no different than the previous year, and we use a CADI questionnaire for it. And qualitative research on 100 respondents, 60 or older, also a diverse group depending different genders and place of living and situation. So what is a world tailored to seniors? We will find out very soon, but now I would like to hand over to the Deputy Rector of UKSW, Anna Fidelus, and ask her to open the conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank Dr. Bojanowska for welcoming and greeting all the guests. I would like to join her in these greetings. And very briefly, our today's topic is a world tailored to seniors. We are going to discuss this issue, but before we have a chance to discuss, I would like to share a few reflections about the role of universities and academics in implementing this project, but also I would like to say a few words about the third mission of this university. The third part of university's mission is to work for the community, for the wider society. I'm very glad to see you, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience. As part of this project coordinated by Dr. Bojanowska, we have been able to offer a series of conferences as well as other activities for all the people. We are very happy to see it. We are very happy to see our university open up to the wider community, including all the citizens. But I'm also very pleased to see representatives of self-government in Poland. Thank you, Mayor. Also, I would like to thank the representations from social assistance centers, especially that we really see and appreciate a very high level of engagement and commitment of your teams to take steps locally to improve the lives of all the people. Us academics or employees of the university are also very glad to see that you use the results of our works, that you look at the outcomes of our projects. It's so important that research results are implemented in practical settings. Then we are when we see it, we are motivated to further study, to do research, to also work practically, because this is the actual real fruit of our labors. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for being active locally where you are, and special thanks go to Dr. Elżbieta Bojanowska here because she was the one who came up with this initiative. Thank you for making it happen. What's happening in the context of policies directed at older people. This is the field where Dr. Bojanowska is very active as representative of our university, of our center. It's very important work. It is very needed. A university, every university's role is to serve wider society, and thanks to projects such as this one, we can see tangible effects of such service. For this, I'm truly grateful to Dr. Bojanowska and her team. And now I would like to invite you on behalf of the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University, UK, SW, to attend such formats. Thank you, and this conference is hereby opened. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Rector beautifully opened our conference, so now without further ado, we will continue and hear some introductory lectures. In the introductory lectures, you will hear about two important perspectives of older people's lives. The economic context will come first, and then the social context. The first speaker in this panel is Professor Gertruda Uścińska. The title of her lecture is The Self-Portrait of Seniors' Economic Context. Your Magnificence, Madam Director, ladies and gentlemen. A project such as this one, a project implemented with so much commitment by this team, is a great fit for the current context, a context in which we as Poland, but not only as Poland, are facing a number of challenges. These challenges can be described as even global in nature, but we also need to appreciate that this challenge is just yet another manifestation of a wider group of problems, and projects such as this ones can be, once they are set up, justified and then can be implemented over many years, because the challenges we are facing in connection with aging require multifaceted approach and interdisciplinary approach, and are ongoing. Now, I would like to focus on the economic aspects. And firstly, we should bear in mind that in 2025, nearly 85% of older people's income, by the way, as regards the terminology, older people, seniors, I will talk about it later. Now let me say generally that 85% of their income comes from public pension systems. According to the legislation, a public pension system is the responsibility of the state, so the state is the guarantor of the payment of pensions. Now, when we look at the pensions paid by the social insurance institution, we see that 6.3 million people receive their pensions from them. However, this is not the only institution. There are also people sourcing pensions from other sources. And not only the number of beneficiaries is essential, but also the structure of this group, as well as the subjective aspect. So the pensions, but also their actual value and purchasing power, because of the indexation or non-indexation, especially that this year the pensions were adjusted to a smaller extent than in previous years, which means that older people had fewer chances of satisfying their needs based on pensions. we are still dealing with considerable differences between the pensions received by male and female pensioners. There are different figures, but 38 percent and receive pensions up to 2,800 zloty. I think this number requires our notice. We should also bear in mind that we need to see some systemic changes in the scope of so-called micro pensions. So these are pensions received by people who have not worked for 25 years, so they are not entitled to the full minimum pension amount. In the case of micro pensions, it is important because 50,000 people receive them. There are different thresholds up to 500, 100 zloty received by 8,000. So it's still a considerable number of people receiving pensions as low as that. So it is very clear that we need a systemic solution to that challenge. And I'm sure that the pensions policy will be reviewed. It has been reviewed several times. So this issue was raised several times. And the question, what can be done in Poland? It is enough to pay a contribution just once to be entitled to some sort of pension. A similar solution is not present in any other member state. You have to work for a considerably longer time in order to have a right to a pension. So it is very clear that we need to analyze it in more detail. As regards the financial situation of older people,
Jeżeli chodzi o sytuację materialną, to co pokazują tutaj nasze wyniki?
As for the financial situation,
Ta liczba subedanych wskazuje wyraźnie, że te osiągane
so first of all, we see that the income coming mostly from pensions allows them to cover all of their expenses, and it also allows them to save.
powiedzieć, że te badania mówią o pewnym komforcie finansowym, który jednak
So the research showed some financial comfort, which decreases as people get older. So people aged 85 and older have a worse situation. They say that they can cover all of their expenses, but they are not able to save. And there is a growing percentage of people who live very frugally, but they have a difficulty covering even their basic needs.
trzeba jasno powiedzieć, że ta sytuacja tych osób starszych się pogarsza. Jakie są
And the situation of seniors is deteriorating. What factors improve their financial situation? It's additional sources of income. We can classify them in different ways. So first of all, salary increase.
też badania wskazują, że z innego źródła budżetowego
But respondents also mentioned other sources, so additional pension benefits, the so-called 13th and 14th pension.
podkreślają, że dorabianie
So pensioners also emphasize that additional work to supplement their salary is also beneficial for their financial situation.
pogarsza tą sytuację, to są
And what's the biggest burden on budgets? It's raising costs, and that's mostly housing and energy costs.
samo pokazywały.
Our previous research showed the same thing, so it's not really a big change.
I później oczywiście wskazuje się także wydatki na żywność i na leczenie.
Then they also mention food expenses and medical treatment expenses. And the order was the same in our previous research. So we have the three main categories of expenses, which are the biggest burden on budgets and lead to a deterioration of their financial situation. When it comes to their disposable income or savings, then younger seniors state that they spend it on travel and trips, while older seniors spend it mostly on health and rehabilitation, and older people have less savings and they have to cover their basic needs as a priority.
Dosyć ciekawa informacja, że z naszych badań wynika relatywnie
When it comes to debt, our research shows that our respondents rarely have any debt, and that number decreases with age. So I looked at the data regarding debt and seniors.
Mamy w Polsce dane za trzeci kwartał tego
So we have data for the third quarter of this year, and their debt is 12 billion zlotys. So it's not that much.
5 lat zdecydowanie zmniejszyła
In the past 5 years, the number of people who have a debt has increased, but the scale of the debt is much higher. So it's 12 billion of general debts. That's quite a high number. So in the debt registry, I have one man classified as a pensioner from the Lubelskie Voivodeship, and his debt is 97 million zlotys. So that's just an interesting fact.
No jest ożywienie, zawsze zadłużenie absolutnie wygranych wysokie i zadłużenie zawsze wzruszają nawet
So
w ówczesnej Polsce.
information related to debt is also quite interesting. So 12 billion zlotys, so that's an important information.
Ale generalnie osoby zadłużone, wkładające na rachunek
So people who have debt have a deteriorating financial situation because the longer they have debts, the more difficult their situation is, and it impacts their situation negatively.
jeżeli chodzi o sytuację materialną, mianowicie, że
As for the financial situation of senior citizens, we see that it varies. It depends on the age.
deklaruje, że jednak
The largest group of seniors declared that their household budgets allow them not only to cover all their expenses, but also to save money.
bardzo się zmienia wraz z
And the financial comfort changes significantly with age. And it declines significantly in the group of people aged 85 and older. So I just mentioned the biggest burdens on the household budgets. So let's remind ourselves that 85% of the income stems from public systems. So most of the respondents are able to handle their expenses, even though their situation deteriorates as they get older.
państwie międzynarodowym jest cały czas kwestia przejścia na emeryturę, tak? A więc
The topic of retirement is widely discussed all across Europe.
w Polsce, jeszcze raz podkreślam, mamy taką sytuację, że z chwilą
And let me emphasize that the situation in Poland is that once people reach 60 or 65 years of age respectively, 83% of people choose to retire. So
na pewno następnie
we should ask about the reasons for that.
za chwilę zresztą powiem, to jest kwestia właśnie decyzji wynikających z indywidualnych przesłanek.
So it's a decision made based on individual factors. It's related to their family situation, to their general situation. But then let's see whether they continue working, even though they have officially retired.
Tak jak w poprzednich badaniach około 20
So just like in previous research, about 20% work. It's full-time employment. We have people running their own business. We have work under civil law contracts.
trochę obniżania się wskaźnika osób, które przechodzą na emeryturę.
But there is a lowering of the rate of people who retire at the statutory retirement age, but they run their own business. So maybe we should have some changes when it comes to accessibility and all the formal and legal procedures related to that.
Kontynuowania aktywności osób, które przeszły ustawowe w wieku
When it comes to the motives of continued economic activity of those who have retired at the statutory retirement age of those who haven't, the motivations are quite similar. So they say that they like their work, they like to stay in touch with other people.
bardzo wysoko jest to kryterium trzecie, że
And the third criterion is very important.
z przejściem na emeryturę, czy jest kontynuowana, ona porządkuje
So if people are still professionally active, it gives their life a certain structure, a certain order, so that makes them more available. It improves their mood, their well-being based on their daily activity.
także to, że ta wiedza jest i kompetencje, że jest ta możliwość dzielenia się.
It's also important that they get to share their knowledge, their experience, and they have an opportunity for continuous development.
Motywujące, no to na pewno jest to absolutnie
Factors motivating people to work.
wymiar finansowy.
Just as during the last research, it's the financial dimension. So whether we have retired at the statutory retirement age or not, we continue working for financial reasons. We want to increase our budget. And for those who have not retired, then people hope that their pension will be higher if they continue working.
Bardzo ważny jest też ten aspekt psychologiczny.
And besides financial motivations, we also have the psychological aspect, the need to feel important. It's especially important for working women. And the opportunity to continue one's professional career was also mentioned as important.
Pierwszy brak potrzeby
And why do some people stop working? No need to work because I'm retired. We should analyze the statement. That's what some of them say. I am retired. I'm a pensioner. And this response is at the top of the list. So we should talk about this, about the status of being retired, being a pensioner. But another important factor is poor health. And we have other reasons that we should take into account as we try to encourage people to stay active. So that is the inability to find a job despite willingness to work, low wages offered, or lack of sufficient skills compared to the expectations of employers. Family responsibilities, taking care of grandchildren or other family members with disabilities. But this reason is much lower than during our previous research. So over a short period of time, we have other reasons going to the top of the list. So inability to find an appropriate job. So we should take this into account as we try to design some kind of changes. So when it comes to health barriers, that also leads to limited work. And let me also emphasize organizational and labor market barriers. So again, we see inability to find work, lack of job offers tailored to the capabilities of seniors, but also difficulties in accessing training to improve qualifications. Employers rarely invest in the development of people of retirement age.
Wraz z tym, czy jesteśmy w dużych aglomeracjach,
And the obstacles, the barriers
jeszcze
are
więcej.
quite significant in large cities, but especially in smaller towns.
Ostatnim miejscu, słuchajcie,
And here, second to last, poor treatment by colleagues and employers.
dlatego, że w tym badaniu ta pozycja tego złego traktowania, ona po prostu się podniosła.
So this is quite
Czynnik, który trzeba
worrying to me because this reason is being stated more and more often. So we have to undertake some remedies. We have to educate the employers.
w niedalekiej perspektywie
They have to know that due to the current situation, soon people in their 50s, 60s, 70s will be the people who have the knowledge, the experience. They'll be the ones available on the labor market. So this requires a change in the broadly understood social culture.
podstawowego niskiego jakby na kraju.
We cannot have a situation when people around the retirement age, which is quite low in Poland compared to other EU countries, employers decide that that's the time for retirement. That's not a duty, that's simply a right. It's an individual choice. And the economic factors should be assessed based on the possibility to still make use of such employees.
O rynek pracy, o prawo pracy.
So it's a big problem in Poland when it comes to the labor code, which is not appropriate, is not fit to the changing reality.
Cały katalog funkcji rynku pracy.
We have a work agreement and we have different civil law agreements. We have laws regarding running one's own business.
Zupełnie inne rozwiązania.
But still, it's not enough when it comes to flexibility on the labor market. We need tailor-made solutions made for people around the retirement age. We need that so we can still make use of these people, but in a different time frame when it comes to the amount of work. And such solutions are being implemented in other European countries and across the world. And as for those who choose to continue working, as I said, it's the financial motivation, but it's also the social dimension of work. Professional activity allows contact with other people. We have educational dimensions linked to a person's ambitions, emphasizing the value of their previous success, such as completing their studies, obtaining high professional qualifications. And this is also important in our academia context. In many countries, there are discussions about lifelong learning. Also, due to demographic reasons, we'll have to make sure our universities, our offer is well suited to older learners, people in their 30s, 40s. And there are reports that say that we as teachers should get ready for lifelong learning, but also get ready to teach students of different ages, including older students. So let's not forget this aspect.
No bariery tutaj, jeżeli patrzymy na te wyniki jakościowe, tak, z tymi wynikami ilościowymi, to jest
So the quantitative results match the qualitative ones. So we have poor health, deteriorating health, and organizational and market barriers, lack of flexible forms of employment. And I mean the right kind of flexibility. That means the possibility of part-time work or task-based work, access to training. We have financial and institutional barriers.
to one też wynikają
I believe that financial barriers are also related to the fact that people don't have access to appropriate information. For example, to the fact that the income is not covered by personal income tax and so on, or people don't know that they can deduct some benefits, health benefits from their income tax, different expenses related to rehabilitation or to access to the internet. And then we have psychological and social barriers. So this tells us that the retirement age is the motivation, that people simply retire after they reach the statutory retirement age. But actually, this should be a deeply personal, individual decision related to one's individual factors, especially that we started from a low level of pensions, especially when it comes to women. We had a low indexation this year, and also since we live longer now, we also have to take that into account along with the purchasing power. So to sum up, I think that more and more often Poles choose to continue their professional activity after reaching retirement age, but more and more often they also decide that they do retire after reaching their retirement age. Over 80% of them do retire, just a small number continues to work. And that's an important factor whether someone decides to retire or not. And this means that the actual retirement age is increasing. Our research shows that people who've reached the retirement age also appreciate the fact that they can continue working because that increases their pensions. We do have a new pension system based on a defined contribution. So the longer you work, the higher your pension will be, even several dozen percent per each year that you continue to work. So let's remember that this is related to the expected life expectancy.
Well, the next conclusion has something to do with the expectations of the respondents regarding their needs, financial and otherwise. They are consistent with the expectation that financial conditions, also conditions regarding one's remuneration if one continues to work, should be better. It is very clear that we need more awareness raising, more education offered by different different centers, institutes, informing about the pension systems and its aspects, because in our research it has become very clear that it is not clearly understood by everyone. So pensioners or future pensioners are not sure and do not understand how every additional year of working will further be translated into higher pensions. So these educational activities are highly needed among future pensioners, but also current pensioners. But we also need to raise awareness of employers who have to understand some demographic developments and how they translate into the supply of labor force, so that they can appreciate that older people are an important resource. Hence, they should be offered possibilities to be further trained. Hence, the need to make the labor market more flexible. It's also essential that different entities cooperate with this regard, due to the fact how well what a high weight this area is carrying. So universities, different organizations, but also associations of pensioners have an important role to play here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor Ucińska, for talking to us about some economic context of the lives of older people. Thank you for also emphasizing labor-related aspects, the labor market, as well as the role that employers have to play so that older people can stay on the labor market as long as possible. Now we will continue drawing the portrait of all the people. However, now we will focus on the social context. The next speaker is Dr. Elżbieta Bojanowska. So good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. So the self-portrait of older people, social context is the title of my presentation. So when our respondents were asked about what they associate with old age, they gave us the following answers. The most frequent answer was the possibility to spend more time with the family. 38.3% of respondents gave that answer. However, it was mostly younger seniors, those just about 60 years of age. And this answer becomes less frequent as people progress in lives. So what is the reason for that? It seems, or this is due to the fact that younger seniors are more often engaged in the roles of grandma or grandpa, also take care of their older relatives. And as they age themselves from a giver of assistance and care, they become recipients of care. What was the first association? So the opportunity to pursue one's passions and interests. This answer was given by 30.4%. However, it was mostly younger seniors that gave this answer. And as the respondents aged, not only their functional abilities and psychological condition deteriorates, diseases emerge. That's why probably the opportunity to pursue different activities is reduced. The third most frequent answer was time spent with friends and acquaintances, an answer given by to more than 20 female seniors and 16 male seniors. And however, this possibility is reduced over time, probably due to the fact that as people age, the circle of friends and family changes. It becomes more narrow in most cases as they lose one's friends and relatives. Well, the older people get, the more frequent, more negative associations or answers such as loneliness and disease. These aspects will become especially prevalent in the group of respondents that was 70 or older years old. Well, it is mostly women that associate old age with activities, meetings with friends and family, and one's passions. Men give more answers connected to the possibility to pursue one's interests. It is interesting that the respondents quite rarely mentioned financial hardship as the association they have with old age, and this answer was given more frequently by women, which correlates with with the fact that their pensions are lower on average. Now, as the age progresses, the focus shifts from time spent with family, passions, and interest towards disease and loss of independence. This is then connected with the feeling of loneliness and lack of opportunity to be part of social relations or be active in society. So if we split it according to the level of education, we will see significant differences, positive connotations, such as the possibility to pursue one's passions, interests, or work in accordance with one's interest is most prevalent among people with a higher level of education. Seniors who are graduates from university, they often point to the fact that in the old age they will no longer have to work, and perceive this phase of life as a time for activity, for self-actualization. Those who have a primary level of education or vocational education more frequently indicate disease, financial hardship, or loss of independence as their associations with old age. So that would be associations. And now let me move on to needs. In our study, we ask about needs because needs give us some information about one's feeling of self-satisfaction and comfort in life. So most needs of older people are connected to the possibility to be independent, to have a stable material situation. Number 3 was the right medical care, the need to feel needed oneself, and the 5th most frequent answer was the need to be respected. Being needed and being respected, I would like to emphasize those two. These answers were quite high in the seniors' hierarchy of needs, and yet these needs can be so easily satisfied. But the most frequent answer was, I need to continue being active. 1/3 of respondents gave that answer regardless of gender. However, this answer becomes less frequent the older the respondent, because a person who's 60 or 64 years old, 34% gave that answer, and respondents between 80 and 84, it was just 18% of respondents who gave that answer. The need of financial stability is quite high in all younger groups of seniors until the 75th year of age, and then it decreases, which could be explained by the fact that the needs are reduced or the situation is stable because some of the costs is borne by the family, by relatives. It's no surprise that the number 3 is the need for medical care, quality medical care. This need is especially frequently given by the oldest group, 39% in the 80 plus population, and also there's a growing need for nursing care or care either for oneself or for one's relatives. However, this answer was given relatively rarely. So now the need of being needed and the need for emotional support was mentioned more frequently by women, by men, but the need of respect and acceptance grows with age, reaching its peak level in the 80 plus population. In general, for most seniors, the needs connected to activity, financial stability, and health security and being needed are most important. The older they get, the higher the need for medical support, emotional support, and care services. And also the higher the age, the higher the need for respect in daily lives. So we asked about the needs. We also asked about problems experienced by respondents. So what were the main problems identified by older people? The respondents, it may come as a surprise. So many respondents answered that they did not have any significant problems. It was as many as 41.1% of respondents. But if they did mention some problems, the most frequent answer was this year, but also no different from the last year. There were problems with accessing medical services. Another frequently mentioned problem was, lack of awareness in wider society about the needs of older people. Almost every fourth respondent gave that answer, especially women between 69 and 75. The next answer was insufficient funds, but however, the older people get, the less frequently they give this answer. So it was mostly young seniors that mentioned this. Every sixth respondent mentioned poor health, either own health or poor health of family members. This problem becomes more frequent as people age and is most frequent in the oldest group of respondents. Other mentioned problems were architectural barriers, exclusions from the transport, possibilities to use public transport, but it is given less and less frequently the older people are. Now, after asking about problems, we asked the respondents which improvements and which measures could improve the quality of their life. And so you will not be surprised to find out that the most frequently given answer was the possibility to be involved in social activities. And the second answer was the possibility to help the other people in their lives. There were also some answers connected to the improvement of their financial situation or their material situation. And the fourth answer was access to information about healthcare and access to some services with regard to disease prevention. So the most frequently given answer was connected to the need of social life, more prevalent among women than men. More than 20% in women, 15% in men, and this answer was mostly given by younger respondents, and then as the age progressed, this answer was less frequent. But the need is also very high on the scale is the need to be able to assist and help others, mentioned most frequently by women and especially younger respondents. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to create spaces for seniors to continue being active, to volunteer or be involved in other forums. And now I'm looking to representatives, elder representatives of local governments. This is a space for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you can do something, although we know that in the local communities who are represented here, this is already being done. We know that in your municipalities, seniors can volunteer, can be active. You have brought all the members of your communities as well. And I know that the older people often volunteer supporting other seniors, and for which we are truly grateful. Thank you. We appreciate your effort, and we know that many of you are involved in the project connected with personalized social services offered to senior citizens who are not able to leave their homes. Now, going back to measures, a relatively small group of respondents informed about the need for material support, for example, food on wheels or care services. However, the older people get, the bigger they need to receive nursing care support or simply care support. A relatively small percentage of seniors informs about the need to adapt their homes, so to liquidate architectural barriers. But it is interesting how often the respondents mentioned the need to continue working, especially in the youngest group of respondents. So professional activity remains an important component of satisfactory aging. And our research shows the place of employment has to be adapted and adjusted to the needs of services. And what is really crucial is the atmosphere. At one's place of work in order for all the people to be willing to continue working. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the needs are very diverse, from social needs to health-related needs, to care needs, emotional needs, etc. The older people get, the higher the need for medical support and nursing care, and the lower needs, the amount of needs connected to social relations or social activities. So it is very clear that our policies with regard to supporting seniors must be diverse depending on age groups. We cannot have a single social policy. So when I mentioned the associations, the needs, the problems, the expectations, the required measures, three themes became very important: activity in familiar circles in society, health is the second one, and material or financial situation. The economic context was discussed by Professor Uścińska a few minutes ago, so I will not focus on it. Instead, I will focus on health and activities, but these themes will be presented in more depth during our panels. And now, so let's focus on health first. Despite the fact that the health condition of seniors is relatively good, as they age, the level of frailty increases, their cognitive powers decrease. So the older people get, the more susceptible they are to injury, to diseases, oftentimes to chronic diseases. Then, of course, the powers, the physical powers, the fitness is reduced, the possibilities to be active, to be mobile, because the structure of the human body changes, but so do the adaptive powers. This can be a consequence of accumulation of different injuries or diseases, but it can also come naturally as cells age. The highest number of respondents, 30.7%, said that they have not been sick in the last 12 months.
Tymi chorobami, które najczęściej się pojawiają.
And as to the most common illnesses, it was bones and joints illnesses, over 20%. Then you had 20% of heart-related diseases, then rheumatology, and significant vision impairment. We have short quotes from qualitative research. More than half of the respondents, 52%, say that their health condition is good or very good. So generally, seniors feel good. Just 9.5% said that their health situation is bad or really bad. But if we analyze the subjective assessment of their health condition, shows that as people get older, they view their health condition as deteriorating. It's no surprise that those up to 65 years of age view their health as better, and those aged 80 and older have the most negative view of their health. In those aged 85 and more, 1 in 4 persons declares a negative health situation. So the data shows that as people get older, they tend to get more sick. They have more limitations when it comes to their daily functioning. And self-assessment of one's health condition is, of course, subjective, and it takes into account various factors of their life. It combines physical, psychological illnesses and their assessments as to their self-reliance. So, as we see, when people get to be 75, that's when their health assessment deteriorates, and then it worsens significantly with people aged 85 and older. And if we analyze it by their education level, this shows that the higher the education and the stronger the family connections, the better people assess their health situation, whereas loneliness and lower education are related to more negative views of one's health. So as we can see, when it comes to one's well-being, social and cultural factors are very significant. That's why seniors' activity is so important. We should make sure that they are socially, culturally active as long as possible. So our research showed that there is a strong relation between the age and the functional self-reliance of people. So maintaining full functional self-reliance is something that most seniors have until they reach 79 years of age. And those aged 80 and more become more and more dependent on others. And this is especially significant in those aged 85 and older. There is a need for daily support, especially physical support, when it comes to their organization, planning, and mobility. So, for example, walking up and down the stairs. And this can be significant when it comes to maintaining relations with others and one's independent meeting of one's needs. This is important to maintain a high quality of life. The most worrying fact is that some of the people are prisoners of the fourth floor if there is no elevator and they simply cannot walk up and down the stairs. We also asked our respondents to tell us if the health problems they've experienced make it impossible for them to be active outside of their home and participate in social activities. So we see a strong dependence and a relation to age. Almost 1 in 4 people say that their health problems are significantly limiting their possibility to participate in social life and in outdoor activity. So there are limits in self-reliance and activity, and this increases as people get older. Whereas in younger seniors, so those aged below 75 years, they don't have as many problems, but it's 43% of those aged 80 and more. So it's almost half of those aged 85 and more. So the results show clearly that as people get older, they have more health problems, and more often they make it impossible for them to have outdoor activity. They increase the risk of isolation and the exclusion of the older seniors from the life of their local activity. And disabled seniors are more prone to limitations related to their illness. 44% of seniors in this group state that their health problems limit their self-reliance, and people without such a disability certificate do not mention such problems. So to sum up, the quality of life experienced by seniors is an important factor in the aging process. Its level is very much determined by their health situation and the scope of self-reliance. That affects their everyday activities, their well-being, The spiritual and religious aspects are also important. So maintaining good health fosters maintaining good relations, contacts, activities, and its deterioration leads to withdrawal from social contacts, which leads to loneliness and social isolation, which worsens one's quality of life. So maintaining good health increases your life satisfaction and allows you to fully participate in your family and social life. 4 in 5 seniors say that they have people, their family or friends who are supporting them, who are sharing their everyday life with them, the ups and downs. So they probably focused on building such social and family relations earlier, and they are maintaining them in all their life. And this is very important to make sure they feel safe, that they get the needed support, and it improves their well-being. Seniors are also satisfied with their interpersonal relations. So that means that they are not just the recipients, but also the givers of support. And this is really important for their well-being. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much for giving us the self-portrait of seniors in the social context. And we'll continue the discussion about our seniors when it comes to the social aspect of their life. So we are starting a panel related to family, social relations and activities. And let me introduce our panelists. Professor Marek Bednarski, Reverend Professor Rafał Bednarczyk, Professor Anna Fidelus, Professor Rafał Wiśniewski, Dr. Ewa Czaczkowska, and Dr. Jawor Joniewicz. These are the experts and members of our research team. They are the ones who've prepared the research tools. They provide their expert support as we were designing the research. And I will be the moderator of this panel. So I'll be asking questions related to various aspects of our study. So we heard the presentation of Professor Gertruda Uścińska, and then its continuation by Dr. Elżbieta Bojanowska. So we heard about the significance of professional activity of seniors and its financial and also personal significance. So let's start with a question to Professor Bednarski. What helps and what hinders seniors in their professional work, with particular emphasis on what we've been talking about here today, so the fact that they often take care of their dependents? So please describe the main aspects related to this issue. So let's give you 10 to 12 minutes, although we are flexible, so no worries. And please make sure to use the microphone.
Witam Państwa. Powiem tylko, że uwagi, które sformułuję, są efektem mojej pracy w projekcie
Good morning, everyone. I will present my findings as part of the study that we're discussing today. And I've worked along with Dr. Izabela Marcinkowska, who is not here with us. She was otherwise engaged, but we worked on this together.
Moje wystąpienie będzie z tezą, może nie budzącą wielkiego entuzjazmu,
So
ale ta teza jest
there is a premise to my presentation. It may not be controversial.
z powodów powinny,
So older people, for many reasons, should work longer, or they may be forced to work longer.
doktor na początku, struktura społeczeństwa zmienia się.
And that's because the societal structure is changing. So we have more and more older people and less proportionally people
Na jednego pracującego
who can be professionally active. So we have more seniors
tych pracujących
related to one professionally active person. So that means that the burden will be increasing.
no, trzeba podejmować określone działania. Jakie
So this requires some specific actions. And what kind of actions?
emeryta? Otóż po pierwsze, jeśli
Let's look at it from the viewpoint of a pensioner.
po pierwsze może pracować na szaro,
So if they are to work, they can undertake undocumented work. They can take their pension and do additional work, or they cannot be taking their pension and continue working.
potrzebna, to do jakiego?
And there are three reasons, three motivations for working.
To, co wspomniałem,
So first of all, macroeconomic factors. The objective situation will simply force these people to work, because at a certain point the burden will be no longer possible to shoulder by those who are younger and professionally active.
często mówi pani profesor Uścińska, ale dzisiaj akurat wprost nie wspomniała.
And as Professor Gertruda Uścińska often says, the replacement rate, so the relation between the last salary and the first pension, this is radically deteriorating. Right now it's about 50%, but dear students, once you start working and then when you reach our age and you become pensioners, it is estimated that the replacement rate will amount to 25, 30, maybe 20%. So when you retire, you will get 1/4 of what you've been earning 1 month earlier.
Jeżeli nie będziecie dłużej pracować, czyli
That will happen if you do not choose to continue working. So it's both about macroeconomics and also about our personal individual situation. So we have various strategies and
jeszcze jest trzeci element.
okay, let me add the third factor related to the labor market.
Wszystko wskazuje na to, że będzie brakować ludzi do pracy.
So it's highly likely that we'll have a shortage of workers.
Praca na szaro.
So let's analyze the three scenarios. So undocumented work. As the research shows, pensioners, seniors are great candidates for undocumented work because they are cheaper, because they are not paying their taxes, other financial obligations. But from the viewpoint of macroeconomics and their personal perspective, well, they don't get anything out of that if they choose undocumented work. So the second option, and from the labor market's perspective, undocumented work, well, it fills a gap.
Teraz weźmy tą drugą.
So now let's take the second option. So from the labor market's point of view, that's a positive development. From a macroeconomical perspective, well, we get our pension, so we are a burden to the insurance system, but we do contribute something. And from an individual point of view, there is a big short-term advantage because we are combining our pension with our salary. But in the long term, unfortunately, the increase of our pension, because we continue working, even if we are paying contributions, if we are taking the pension, then it's just a symbolic increase. I know based on my own experience. So we are not re-estimating the whole pension. And now the third option, so we are not taking the pension and we are working. So from the view of the labor market, that's great. From the view of the public finances stability, that's great also. And the long-term interest of the employer, that's also great because here we have a radical increase of the pension, as Professor Uścińska said. But there is a certain trap. So if you choose this path, we are taking a wager with the social insurance institution when it comes to our expected lifetime. So because, well, we simply have a right to get our pension. But in this case, we say, no, we won't be taking it. So we are paying a contribution, but we are not getting our pension in return. So if the social insurance institution would like to be very diligent about recording this, then they should make sure that the record is okay when it comes to all the payments contributions. So we can say that we are the winners here because we will get the reimbursement in the pension if we live for a long time. But if we die soon, then the social insurance institution wins, unless you have a spouse with a low pension and then they can benefit from the family pension. So that's the options we are facing, and according to our study, many people choose to continue working. But the actual numbers are a bit different because in our study we were analyzing people aged 60 and more. So for women that's a choice, but for men it's not a choice yet. They are facing an economic pressure because they get their pension entitlement after 65 years of age. And we are conducting another study with Dr. Bojanowska, and here we asked people 10 years before the retirement age, so women earlier, men later, who still wants to work. 20% said yes, certainly, 30% are hesitant, and 50% said absolutely not. So there is no enthusiasm when it comes to continuing work. And I'm not surprised. Well, if we are entitled to something,
Zatem, ponieważ pani profesor Uścińska dość gruntownie mówiła o tym, co pomaga, co utrudnia,
Professor Uścińska described all the factors, the encouraging ones, the hindering ones. So let me focus on another aspect. So one of the obstacles is the need to take care of other dependent people. So on the one hand, you have grandchildren, but the qualitative studies showed that, and it's mostly women who said that taking care of grandchildren is actually a pleasure if it's not full-time. But when it comes to taking care of your elderly parents or ill spouses, that's a different situation. So our research showed that this is actually a problem.
And we have asked the respondents who offers assistance and who receives it. And naturally, it was a younger respondent between 60, 64 is 28%, 65, 69, 26, and then after 74, it drops to 18, 79 drops down to 14. So brutally speaking, the parent die because the recipient of care die and the older, younger seniors get, the less capable they are of offering assistance. And this is more prevalent in women. However, it was lower than we expected. So, of course, the definitions were unclear. So, assistance was not understood as comprehensive care. Sometimes it was occasional assistance. So, in that sense, men offered it to parents as well. Interestingly, when we looked at the level of education, the better the education, the more frequent the assistance, but the lower the education, the more comprehensive the assistance offered to parents. So if one is better educated, probably they still work, they offer assistance, but it is shorter in time. The lower level of education, the less probability that one is still working, the more time they have available, the more comprehensive the assistance they offered. And then, of course, it depends. Sometimes, more frequently, assistance is offered to parents, sometimes to one's spouse. Then the age was similar, although in majority of cases women were younger, and then the younger women would take care of older husbands. As regards children, it's less frequent, but sometimes respondents took care of people who were not related, 10%. As for assistance offered to siblings, it was quite rare, 5%. Professor Uścińska mentioned what makes the life easier or more difficult to seniors. I will not go into detail. However, I would like to focus on a group of factors mentioned by those offering care or assistance as most important. So, for example, tax reliefs. That was a measure that they would like to see introduced. So tax relief to a person who is helping in order to be able to earn more money, but also tax reliefs for employers. Shorter working hours, also mentioned as a measure that would be desired, more holidays. So because naturally, because these people are practically working two jobs, healthcare access, a positive approach of the management and other employees. So there is this word we have now been using in Polish as well as ageism. So that was probably the background. Also, training opportunities was mentioned, and especially for older people because perhaps they need more training. And also, what was desired was public aid dedicated or addressed to people who need it. In our model, in Poland, we have a traditional model. So the obligation to take care of the elderly is normally, usually on the shoulders of relatives. In the West, it's different. The burden is to a large extent on the public shoulders, so to say. So the expectation is here, this was the answer given in our qualitative research. Okay, we will take on this obligation. We will take care of our parents, but we need some support from the state. Maybe a nurse that will visit 3 times a week, or someone, a social worker, who will help us to do the shopping so that I don't have to do absolutely everything. Okay, my time is up, so instead of offering a summary, I will hand over to the next panelist. Thank you very much, Professor. I think a lot of questions have been raised by your statement, and of the question, for example, when should one retire? When is the best moment to do it? also how to combine your professional activity with the need to take care of an older relative who is dependent. So we asked our respondents a number of questions, hoping for some guidance for future measures that would make their lives easier. Now, religion or faith, a very important aspect mentioned by many older people. So we are very grateful that on the panel we are joined by you, Reverend Professor. I would like to ask you about faith and religion. Faith in God, we know how important it is to older people, as not only our research shows, but also other studies. Which groups of older respondents are more religious, which groups are less religious, where do these differences come from, what's the reason? Have you been able to find an answer, to draw some new conclusions in this area after this round of research? Thank you very much for this question. I would like to refer to what the professor said about this capital that one has to accumulate for one's retirement. I would like to add spiritual capital as well, not only in the perspective of eternity that you have to gather and treasures in heaven, but also in the sense of one's daily life, in which one needs spiritual capital as well. Spiritual values, being religious translates to a certain feeling of comfort in life. It translates into a certain fortitude that one has in life, and one is better able to face daily challenges. So I would like to use the word capital when I talk about the religious perspective. And in this sense, all the people are very rich. They are very rich in spiritual capital, as we have observed over the years. It has been a constant, really, over the years. Older people generally see faith and belief as an important value in their lives. When we look at results of the current study, 64% of senior respondents see faith as something important in their lives. However, indeed, there are differences, especially between men and women. So that's quite characteristic. Men, we would be surprised to see more men answer that faith is very important in their lives, because it's not our experience. Of course, the opposite is the case. It is women, 64% of women, and it's slightly lower with men. There are also some differences between all the people living in the countryside and in the cities. 71% in the countryside see faith as something important, and on average in cities it is 62% who see faith as something important in their lives. Interestingly, we also divided urban dwellers according to the size of cities, and we can see higher percentage of faith in smaller towns at up to 20,000, population. So there is a clear distinction in this regard too. We were surprised to see another answer, and perhaps it would require further studies. It is mostly people who live in households consisting of 5 people or more that see religion as more important in their life. So if people live in a household of 5 or more, 83% of them see religion as important. And those who live on their own alone, it is just 62% that see religion and faith as very important. It's a huge difference, 80% versus 60. So it's a huge gap that we have identified in our study. I also tried to analyze whether or not there is a connection between one's health status and faith. We have not been able to see any significant differences. The same applies to the connection between disability and faith, or the importance of faith in one's life, and we have not seen any significant difference there. So an important conclusion is that we cannot view all the people as a monolithic group, as we have heard from other presentations as well. They are not all identical or similar. Last year, we divided and we compared results from different regions and districts. So religion and its important difference according to region, gender matters, level of education matters as well, and all previously mentioned factors. So it is not only from the perspective of an academic, a scientist, but also from the perspective of the wider society or the church. These differences and factors should be taken into account. The clear outcome is that religion or experiencing or living one's faith is important to the respondents. So the church or the society should bear that in mind when trying to reach different groups with its message. It's an important task if they can be reached in an effective way. It can significantly improve their quality of life and the level on which they function. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So studies confirm that religion and faith in God continue being very important to all the people. It's become very clear, however, that as a population we are very diverse, and so are all the people. The size of the population suggests that we might expect some differences, but what we have in common is a need for relationships, for being close to someone. So I would like to ask my next question to Professor Anna Fidelus. Professor, why are support groups so important to older people, and which relationships do they enjoy most? Well, thank you for this question. So now, when you talk about support groups among older people, we have to perceive it as groups that form very naturally, organically. All the people, they are part of groups. These are usually groups that are consistent in terms of financial status or other statuses. It happens very natural, and then these support groups become a second home to an older person. Especially in a phase in life in which a person either lives alone or just with one spouse. The relationship to the children is no longer so close because the children have their own families. Sometimes they live somewhere else. They have their own lives to live, and older people stay at home. They are left alone. And in this phase of life, the role of other people and support groups are essential. As I said, these groups are characterized by a high level of similarity in terms of one's status and situation in life, and that's why these groups form very naturally. When we talk to all the respondents, they confirmed, and I'm not talking about this research only, in general, they confirmed that they prefer talking to friends from the same age group. Sometimes they prefer talking to them than to their family members because in such groups they feel more understood because the perceptions on health, on financial problems, or loneliness are similar in a group that is consistent. And in such a setting, a support group becomes very important in a person's life. However, there are also situations of people who don't feel too well being part of a group. And in such cases, we would have to analyze more deeply to find out whether we are dealing with a person who is a loner by nature, who's not inclined to be part of any group because they are very individualistic and they have been individualistic throughout their lives, because this happens. But in many cases, older people stay alone and they are not willing to join a group, join a support group of other seniors, because there are certain barriers that prevent them from doing it. They are anxious. For example, they are afraid to leave their homes. So people who try to support such groups should really look into detail and analyze whether a person's reservation from joining a group results from their character, from their natural features, or from some barriers that can be overcome in order for the person to willingly join a group. And as I mentioned, these groups normally emerge very naturally. Sometimes in religious circles, churches support them, as the Reverend Professor mentioned, but also in other fields, such groups form around different activities. That happens very naturally as well. And then when we look at people who are not willing to join a group, the starting point is to look at what the group is proposing, what activities are offered there, and maybe some adjustments that would convince a person to join a group. So in such a groups, people feel understood, they don't feel judged because they are very similar, because other people in this group share a similar situation. And our respondents said that in such groups, they are not afraid to talk about their anxiety, shame, some sense of threat as well. And they feel heard. They feel heard rather than judged. Others are just listening without trying to explain something to them or convince them of something. As when we ask about support groups, people say that the similarity between individuals in those groups is essential, and the shared experience. Another important aspect of a support group is emotional support when people go through different shifts or changes in life because they lose fitness, health, lose their spouse. We hear from respondents that if such people are in support groups, they find understanding there because other people share the same experience. So this is the importance of relationship to a person who functions on a similar level, and this is very beneficial for such relations.
Więc lepiej nam współpracować,
So it's easier to cooperate with them, it's easier to understand them and to feel understood, because it's easier to listen to those who had similar experiences, who faced similar hardships, whose situation is similar. So such a situation on equal footing is really significant. And relations as part of support groups are very important, both for the person getting the support and for the ones who are supporting others. So volunteering is also very important for seniors. Here, people face different health problems. This is important, but nonetheless, we are at the same level. So I'm experiencing certain problems. Tomorrow, you may experience something similar. So we are helping and supporting each other, and this is really significant. It's something that's very important to both sides. Support groups are a safe, trusted environment. You don't have to fake anything there. You don't have to pretend that everything is great. We know how it is today, that we feel like we always have to be smiling. When someone asks us how we are, we always have to say we are great, everything is perfect. Whereas a senior support group is a place where we don't have to pretend, where we don't have to say that everything is great.
Moment, gdzie możemy przede wszystkim zrzucić z serca to, co jest najcięższe.
It's a place where we can really unburden ourselves. We can be honest about our problems. And it also fulfills the need of belonging, the need to feel needed.
Słuchając tych danych dotyczących potrzeb,
So we talked about needs.
potrzeby, które są
Of course, when it comes to the needs of seniors, there is a certain hierarchy, which is, we can say, reversed compared to the needs of people from other age groups.
ale też musimy pamiętać o tym, że seniorzy wykazują też te potrzeby, które są istotne dla dzieci.
But let's keep in mind that seniors also have needs that are similar to those of young people, middle-aged people.
Pamiętać, że wiek starszy
So it's not a homogeneous group, but let's remember that even in the old age, you still have needs similar to those of younger people, related to the need to feel understood, to be respected, to belong.
dominują bardzo silnie w grupach osób starszych. A mówię to
So these needs are also very important for seniors.
są właśnie tymi miejscami, które pozwalają na realizację
And I just realized that the support groups provide an environment where you can fulfill your needs related to such important aspects of everyone's life.
kolejny, jeszcze będziemy mieli kolejną odsłonę. Dobrze, to na razie dziękuję.
Okay, thank you very much for now. Thank you for emphasizing that we have the recipients and the givers of help and support, and how important support groups are. We know, based on our research, based on our projects, that in the communes that we work with, there are such support groups, and they truly provide very important support for those who are getting the support, but also for those who are providing it.
Proszę Państwa, aktywność społeczna, aktywność kulturalna towarzyszy naszym
Social and cultural activity, it's also an important topic when it comes to seniors. This shows that seniors are eager to engage in various initiatives. So now a question to Professor Wiśniewski. He will tell us about cultural activities of seniors based on our research.
Dziękuję pani doktor, dziękuję pani dyrektor za zaproszenie. Ja chyba zacznę od takiej
Thank you for the invitation, and let me start on a very personal note. So I'm really grateful that the seniors have joined us here for our conference. So we have both students and seniors, and these worlds are interrelated, they overlap.
fenomenologicznie są odległe od siebie. Młodzież
Sometimes it seems that these two worlds are phenomenologically not related, that students have their own life, their own needs, their own duties. And on the other hand, seniors are kind of left to themselves.
jest chyba fundamentalna. Zacząłbym, że to jest gra o bardzo dużą stawkę. To jest gra o
So first, let me say that the stakes are very high. It's about human dignity, about a sense of empowerment.
praktyki, które są ulokowane na pewien system wartości.
So this is a certain set of values.
Dużo czasu zostają same.
Some seniors have a lot of free time, but they feel lonely.
Ona porządkowała nam strukturę dnia.
So before we talked about the daily order, about one's passions, hopes, opportunities, about what we do on a daily basis.
Z aktywności zawodowej w okres
And it's especially important for those who have just retired. So they are no longer professionally active now. They have time to fulfill their dreams, their passions. And suddenly there is a problem. Why? Because Polish institutions are not prepared to support seniors' cultural activity. I'm talking about systemic actions.
185 domów kultury.
We have over 2,185 cultural institutions. We have many libraries. We have communal cultural centers. We have also parishes. And let's remember that that's also an entity, a place where people can engage in creative cultural practices.
Kategoria wspólnoty przychodzą szybko.
Usually we think about it as a communal praying practice, but let's remember that we have from 8 to 12 local types of institutions at the level of the local governments that
To jest trzeba tego
are also important when it comes to cultural activities. So first of all, you need to have your habits, your learned activities. So before, usually people had three types of capitals. So a cultural capital, so when you have to know how to do something, and I believe the state, the institutions are not prepared to support seniors with this regard. So we do not have the right procedures. We think we can carry out passions, but some people simply don't have the necessary habits. They don't know how to go about it. I worked on this with the future PhD Michał Rydzewski. So we compared the individual versus the communal and active versus passive things. So, as I said, there is a lack of knowledge about how to do it. So we talked about a glass or a golden cage that seniors find themselves in. So we have psychological, physical, and social barriers, and you need to overcome them to be able to engage in cultural activities, to move away from a passive state. So the very fact that you have come here today, so you had to overcome some obstacles, but you were able to do that, and we are really grateful for that.
widać sieci, to znaczy ten kapitał społeczny, który wpływa na
And the second aspect, it's networks, the social capital, nice neighbors, family, whether someone has time for us, whether someone calls us, visits us, proposes some joint activities. Because otherwise, what can you do at home? I would say it's a kind of opium or drug. It's the media. So usually people just spend time watching TV. So the older one is, the more often they they watch TV or they listen to the radio. But when it comes to reading levels, it's quite slow in Poland. It's quite slow in Poland if we compare it to other countries. We've not been taught to read. We tend to view reading as a kind of duty, an obligation, and not something you can do for pleasure. We don't read to others. So in our research on reading, it's mostly women who read. So maybe we should also try to encourage a grandmother or a wife to read something aloud to the other side, or maybe encourage them to read something, maybe just one paragraph or just a couple of pages. At first it may seem very difficult and complicated, but then it turns out it's not such a big problem. So you need to engage in people's needs, motivations, aspirations. You need to engage in creative activities. And the television does not show creative active engagement. It's just passive engagement. We have several dozen of channels on TV, Polish language channels, but can we find something creative there? And now, as to men, we have a group of men here also. Thank you. But as research shows, men play a mainly supportive role. So here I hope that the ladies were encouraging the men. But if men encourage themselves, then this differs from the results of our studies. Our studies show that it's mostly women who are active, who engage in social activities, whereas men are less active when it comes to social, cultural activities. We can distinguish three different time segments. So one, what to do with your free time. So some say that I used to think that I will finally have time for my passions, my interests, but suddenly you have a syndrome of an empty space, or maybe you have too much time because you can keep on postponing your activities. You say, I can do it tomorrow or next week. So let's not do that. Let's do it today. Research shows that the later we start, the later we start carrying out our interests, our dreams, and then there is a higher likelihood that it will be just passive activities. So what do seniors do? As I said, they mostly watch television. But local governments are supporting public libraries. And it's not just a place where you can get a book or read it there, but it's also a place for creative meetings. So libraries have become magical places that can encourage people to undertake active, creative activities. The situation is different in cities versus in rural areas. In cities, you have various institutional opportunities for social cultural activities. And when it comes to rural areas, you have a more communal and relational aspect. And it's embedded in neighborly relations. That's the type of engagement there. And it's a reversal of the way of thinking. Often we say that seniors are culturally active only in large cities, but that's not the truth. Social cultural activities are simply different in smaller towns or rural areas. So activity is a medicine. It's a remedy for loneliness. Our research confirms that if people overcome their sense of helplessness, if they can overcome their barriers, they will benefit from that because suddenly it turns out that you're not the only one who feels lonely, that other people are experiencing similar problems, and you can engage in activities together. So it's not commercials on TV, it's not medicines from the pharmacy, but it's joint activities. So we need the physical aspect and also psychological activity. So different kinds of psychological and creative activities. So to conclude, women are a very positive force. So let's encourage our husbands, our grandfathers, our neighbors, and let's do something together. Together we can do more. Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation about seniors' activity. I think that the habit of watching TV, of listening to the radio is very strong. But luckily, other types of activities are also being undertaken. So let's make sure that the gentlemen are also engaging in that, not just women. And those who decide to engage in such activities later state that it was worth it.
Zostajemy nadal w obszarze aktywności, ale w tej aktywności takiej towarzyszącej
So let's discuss activities further, but now let's focus on digital activities. So digital activity of seniors is something that's becoming more and more common.
z jednej strony te różnice pokoleniowe, jeśli chodzi o przygotowanie do dyscypliny.
There are still generational gaps when it comes to digital skills, but it's getting smaller. But there is still a digital gap when it comes to those age 60 and older. So a question to Dr. Ewa Czaczkowska. Which group of seniors is mostly affected by the digital gap, and how does it manifest itself?
Na pewno wszyscy, jak tu siedzimy, wszyscy Państwo są aktywni cyfrowo, co do tego nie ma wątpliwości.
I'm sure that we are all active in the digital sphere.
Powiedziała, ta luka, ta przepaść cyfrowa, przepaść.
Our research shows that the digital generational gap is getting smaller and smaller each year. Our own studies confirm that.
Niemniej jest pewna luka cyfrowa.
But nonetheless, there still is a certain generational digital gap because seniors, as we often say, those age 60 and older, are not a homogeneous group, and there is a difference in this broad age group. We have people age 60 to 80, so of course there is a difference. And let's remember that those who are aged 85 and older today, 20, 25 years ago, when they were retiring, that was the time when the digital adaptation process was just getting started when it comes to the adaptation of seniors. That was the beginning of digital activities. So these are people who have acquired their digital skills when they were already retired. So there is a factor that differentiates between digital skills, and that factor is age, education, and gender. But I'd like to focus on age. Our research confirms that people aged 80 and older are less present in the digital virtual world. They have less skills when it comes to the digital world. And we know that today, as new technologies develop when it comes to IT and communication, so now the exchange of information is taking place only through digital means, and we have more and more technologically advanced digital platforms. So some people are excluded from that. If they have not adapted, then they are marginalized. And now they face a new type of marginalization, including social isolation. So maybe let's emphasize that from the very beginning, we all have to keep on learning when it comes to digital skills and digital processes, because there is constant development. So the skills that we have acquired 1 or 2 years ago and that were sufficient 1 or 2 years ago may not be sufficient today. That's why education is so important. But going back to our research.
So this year we focus on 4 areas. So equipment in households of older people, digital terminals, use of internet, frequency of using digital equipment, and we always ask those who don't use the internet what the reason is. And the results of our research shows that the equipment, that households are very well equipped with either stationary or mobile devices, especially laptop computers, but also tablets, smartphones. Well, tablets to a smaller extent. It's usually laptops and smartphones. There are fewer tablets or e-book readers. Well, we talked about books. They can also be read in a digital form. Smartwatches were not so frequent, or smart bands. Now, which specific kind of equipment is present in a household depends to a large extent on the age, gender, and level of education. But the age is the most important factors. So tablets, laptops, and smartphones are usually present in the households of younger respondents up to 69, and in older age groups, the number of digital devices, mobile devices drops. However, the number of stationary computers, personal computers, increases, including those without access to the internet. So in households of the 70 plus citizens, there is more tendency to use stationary computers. And the owners of smartphones, 78% of older people own smartphones. The youngest, among the youngest, it's more than 80%. However, in the age group of 85, it's only 50% that own smartphones. Now, when we look at laptop computers, 81% of all respondents own them. There will be a difference of 3 or 4 percentage points about the younger seniors in among 80 seniors, so of 80 or more, it's 60%. Tablets, slightly less than 50% of respondents own and use tablets, and but among the 85 plus population is just 20%. The same applies to smart watches, smart bands, or e-book readers. Also, as I mentioned before, among older seniors, 85 plus, it is this group, among all other age groups, that most frequently own either old mobile phones, so not smartphones, 75%, or stationary computers. This may stem from the fact that older people prefer to use easier or simpler devices, and a smartphone can be quite complicated, or this may be due to the fact that they are used to older equipment and don't want to learn to use newer devices. It's very interesting and quite telling when we analyze the internet usage of seniors. 92% of older people use the internet. I'm sure that as we are sitting here, we all use it. So it's normally it's more exactly 91%. 8% do not use the internet, but there are many differences. People between 60, 64 up to 69 use it to the highest extent, 90%. There is very small percentage of those who do not use the internet in this age group. However, in the oldest age group, 85 or more, it is just 60%. It is still more than half. But then we can say it is just 60%, so a high percentage difference between the youngest and oldest group of seniors. And of course, it changes after the 80 years of age, it drops rapidly. Of course, this can be due to certain limitations and an increasing number of diseases and reduced activity, a lower level of interest in the outside world, which is understandable. At the same time, we can look at this glass as half full because it is more than 50% of senior citizens that continue using the internet. Research shows, however, that this changes over time. For example, when we look at frequency of using the internet, even though the average time spent online among seniors is between 1 and 3 hours, so the average is 1.3. Seniors 80 plus or 85 plus give this response between 1 and 3 hours, but we know that they are less frequently online than others because they don't use all digital devices that they own every day, or they more frequently use mobile phones without internet access. They rarely use laptops. So this changes. As people age, they are on average less active when they use the internet. And even though they may own digital devices, they not necessarily use them, and it is not ownership as such that is essential, it is the usage. More than that, we often say that it is essential that they use the internet autonomously, independently. So as seniors age, they use the internet less frequently, they use digital devices less frequently, so every couple of days, a few times a week, not daily. Another important fact, complete digital exclusion. Let me go back. 92% of seniors do use the internet. Of course, then there's the question about how and for which purpose they use the internet, but 8% of seniors do not use it at all. And here we don't see considerable differences between the oldest groups, 80 plus or 85 plus. By the way, an interesting distinction is between whether they use because they don't want to use and don't use and don't want to use, or don't use and would like to use, because we asked people, those who don't want to use it, whether they would like to learn to use it. Only 1/5 was willing to learn it. In all age groups, interestingly, this is most frequent in the youngest groups. They say, I don't want to learn it because I don't need it. So the barrier is not financial, because the prices of laptops or smartphones have dropped significantly. The barrier is psychological. I don't want to learn it because I don't need it. When we asked in more detail last year in qualitative research, they said, I don't need it because my wife can do everything that I need online, or my grandson can do this for me. And of course, a lot remains to be done, especially as regards access to public services online, especially in the 60+ group. So they don't feel the psychological or mental need to access the internet, to operate online. That's very interesting, I believe. And then lack of skills also mentioned as a reason. I don't have the skills. I don't want to learn it. And this answer is more often given by younger seniors between 60 and 64. So they did not learn it earlier. Maybe they didn't need it for their work, and now they don't feel they need it in their retirement. But in general, most seniors do use digital devices. 80% don't use digital devices, but there is a clear difference between age groups. The oldest groups sometimes say they would like to use it. I would like to give one more example, if I may. Last year, there was a lady from Łódź. She was 92. Well, from the Łódź district, not from the city of Łódź. She was 92, and she really wanted to learn how to use the internet because her family is multi-generational, so she can receive support, but she would like to learn how to use the internet outside of the family. She would like to attend a course. So it was so the motivation was connected probably to the curiosity about the virtual world, because it gave you the possibility to maintain social contacts on social media, which can be beneficial for that. So which I think is an important challenge that social policy has to answer in one way or another. Thank you very much, Doctor, for this deep dive into the digital experience or the digital world of older people. The question is not just about access or having access to the internet, but also about the scope of using the virtual world wide as it is. And of course, there is a further question about virtual assistants, avatars, Alexa or Siri, who will accompany us perhaps throughout their lives, and whether or not we are prepared for this. Now, I think we can continue and talk about an area that's also very important to all the people, relationships to one's relatives. We know that grandchildren play a very important role. Our respondents in our surveys underline it very frequently, and they say how important relationships with grandchildren are and how much hope they bring. But the picture is not always just nice and beautiful. And now Dr. Anna Joniewicz will talk about it. Could you explain, are there any problems, any conflicts in relationships that older people have with grandchildren or not? Well, I don't want to create the impression that senior citizens thrive on conflict, that they are quarrelsome. In most cases, this is not the case. They have frequent, intense, and good relations with their relatives. As the doctor said, they have good relationships with children, with grandchildren, great-grandchildren too. 93% of our respondents had at least one child, nearly 80% had grandchildren, and as much as 17% had great-grandchildren too. The contact to children, to grandchildren, is very intense. 70% meet with their relatives, talk to them on the phone or using Messenger or other communicators, and do that on a daily basis or several times a week. So that shows a high intensity of contact, and half of the respondents either daily or several times a week have contact with grandchildren. The frequency of contact is affected by the distance between the place the seniors live and the grandchildren live. So if there is a high level of proximity, they have direct contact very frequently. If the distance is higher, they rely on technology to stay in touch. Let me explain a little bit more about these contacts, although other speakers talked about it as well. So the main content of these contacts is about mutual support. So in a group up to 75, older people are givers of support. They support their children, grandchildren, as well as parents, as has become very clear in this year's edition of our study, and they offer support in different forms. Either it is about daily care, preparing meals, cleaning up, etc. But for example, sometimes they help grandchildren with their homework, or by bringing them to some activities, driving them somewhere. Sometimes they just spend time together. They attend cultural events together, and such. Professor Bednarski mentioned in his presentation that our research failed to show that support offered by senior citizens is higher in a group of women than it is the group of men. There is a slight difference, but if we look at forms of support that are least pleasant, care, helping with hygiene or personal care, here we can see a very clear difference. Women are more willing to take up such duties and engage in personal care, supporting their parents or children. As regards care of dependent family members, parents, or parents-in-law, this is a very important part of seniors' experience, and it then affects the relationships they have with their children at later stages in life. Well, qualitative studies that we carried out show that the experience of caring for a dependent parent encourages us to reflect about our own old age and how we would like to be taken care of in the future, which forms of care are acceptable to us, which aren't. And in this year's interview, we had very often that I would like my children to be with me when I get old and become less dependent. However, I don't want to be a burden to them. And this reflection, I don't want to be a burden, resulted in a number of decisions. Respondents wanted to save money in order to be able to afford professional care in the future. It was repeated, and it was a form of support that was described as desired in our service. So I want someone professional to come and support me on a daily basis, to support me in my household. I don't want to have to rely on my children in this regard, but when I become dependent, I disagree to become a burden on my child. I want to live, or I consider living in a nursing home. It was actually just recently, it was not very clear in our surveys. The respondents did not think about it that much. Right now they do. The seniors try to prepare for the future and want to rely on other forms of support, not just the family circle. Now, conflicts. Yes, there are some conflicts, there is no doubt about it. In quantitative research, we did not ask a direct question about it. There was an indirect question. And the population of 3,000 respondents of 60 plus citizens, they don't seem to be very quarrelsome. It's just 2% of respondents who have completely lost contact with their children, and 3% 5% have lost contacts. They have broken up contacts with their grandchildren. It's not a high percentage. However, it is sad because our research clearly shows that relationships with the relatives are essential for the well-being of an older person and for their perception of their quality of life. So if they break up relations and if they actually give up on these relationships, it can be can affect their future negatively. What can lead to conflicts in families? So we studied it. So here we focused on wider families, not just relations with children and grandchildren, but also cousins, siblings, etc. And qualitative research showed that it does come to conflicts frequently. This is normal in life, but normally and usually they are not very dramatic. And if these are just misunderstanding, they are temporary. However, sometimes it comes to very important conflicts that result in broken up relationships, as qualitative research confirmed.
Konflikty. Jakie są ich przyczyny?
So, what's the reason of such conflicts? Well, I would have to divide them into three main areas. Well, the first one, unfortunately, it's an imitation of what's happening all across the Polish society, so a strong political polarization. And such conflicts are also influencing our family ties. They may lead to cutting off ties or to limiting contacts. Well, the holidays are approaching, so we know what topics shouldn't be discussed. And then we have financial conflicts. So you may have some small loans or bigger loans that have not been paid off. It's also common that the family is fighting over the inheritance from deceased relatives. And another source of conflicts in the family is the approach towards bringing up grandchildren. So some seniors have their own habits when it comes to bringing up children, and they do not accept the approach of their children. But if you look at these three main sources of family conflicts, then I would say that arguments related to bringing up children are the most optimistic ones when it comes to continuing family relations. So there are conflicts, but they do not lead to cutting off ties. But if you have arguments over financial matters or inheritance or arguments stemming from differing value systems or political differences, they can be really permanent and they can lead to permanent conflicts within the family and can lead to cutting off contact. And this is very sad, actually. So to conclude, I would have a request, not just when it comes to seniors, but to all of us. Let's be more open, let's be more empathic, let's forgive each other, and our life will be better. Thank you. Thank you for this beautiful conclusion. Let's try to find things that unite us, not things that divide us. So when it comes to conflicts related to the way you bring up children, there was a saying that grandparents are supposed to love their grandchildren, whereas parents are supposed to bring them up. So maybe that's the reason for the conflict. So we're about to conclude our panel. So just to sum up, I would ask you for a brief reply What surprised you in the research findings, positive and negative surprises? And let's stick to the previous order.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja powiem tak, gdybym te badania przeprowadził 15 lat temu,
If I had conducted such a research 15 years ago and I had gotten such results, which means that people are not really enthusiastic when it comes to continuing working, then as an economy expert, I would be surprised because back then you had the so-called Homo economicus, an economically focused person, which said that people are rational, that they want to maximize their long-term life satisfaction.
które mówiły, że ludzie dążą do tego, żeby stać
So the assumption was that people will want to have a stable income over a long period of time. Nobel laureates such as Friedman and others were suggesting that you may have a better time, and then when the worst time comes, when you get older, then you want to benefit from your previous choices.
starość ma to do siebie, że jest bardzo zróżnicowana. Niektóre teorie
So old age has many different faces. So let's distinguish. We have younger, older age when we still have many opportunities, then the middle stage when we are still self-reliant, and the final one where we require help. So at the first stage, we should continue working, continue investing in ourselves to secure a more positive older age. But I'm no longer surprised as an economist because now we have new trends in economics,
na pograniczu ekonomii
and they are focusing on an area between economics and psychology, so-called behavioral economy. And it states that people are actually not so rational, that our brain likes simple theories. It likes shortcuts. We have cognitive errors. And what's the most common one? That we are overestimating the quick benefits, short term, and we don't appreciate the largest ones, the long-term ones. That's how our brain works. I know Professor Jarosz is an expert in psychology, so I'm afraid to comment on that, but there was research done on children about delayed gratification. If you want one candy today or more later. So, as the old saying says, carpe diem, enjoy the moment.
takie psychologiczne związane z takim pojęciem
You have temporal psychological theories. Some are more future-oriented, ones are more present time-oriented. So they think, if I can get my pension now, why should I continue working? So, as you said before, it's not just the financial aspect, it's whether we like our workplace. Because if we are going to force ourselves to do something that could be beneficial in 5 years, and we don't know if we'll be still alive by then why do it?
czy też taka koncepcja prokrastynacji.
We all know about procrastination. So we know that we should write an article, but we say, let's do it tomorrow. We know that we have to save for retirement, but we think, okay, I'll start tomorrow. So from the new behavioral economics, I'm not surprised about the findings of our research.
które były ciekawe w naszych badaniach.
So what was surprising, what was interesting in our research on religiosity?
Wynik dotyczący osób mieszkających w wsi.
So the results when it comes to people living in larger cities. And here let me talk about confession practices. That was what surprised me the most. So regular confession, so several times a year. Some people even said a couple of times a week. So people who lived in households with over 5 members would would go to confession more often. So 80% said they do it regularly, so at least a couple of times a year. Whereas those who lived by themselves, it's 72.5%.
Właśnie tak pomyślałem sobie, że to może, znaczy coś w tym jest. Coś w tym jest i mówię to jako ksiądz, który spowiada.
So maybe there is an insight to be found here, and I say this as a priest who conducts confessions. So this is an interesting finding when it comes to religion and the activities of seniors. So confession, 84%, and 58.4% are people who live alone, who still go to confession. So previously I talked about prayer practices, but now it's about confession. So 84% people living in larger households and a smaller amount among people who live alone. And we also have findings about additional religious activities, so pilgrimages, religious groups, reading religious books, and reading religious content in the media. So to compare data from last year, in 2024, 7.5% of seniors said they would like to go on a pilgrimage. And in the last research, it's 12.6% who express such a willingness. And we have 15% in rural areas, so it's great progress. And the same goes for religious groups. And this is correlated with the need for relations, for contacts. So in the previous research, it was 12%, whereas now 18.9%. So it's a great increase. In rural areas, it's 23%. So we see a difference. Reading religious content. There is also a change when it comes to access to religious content in the media. So a negative surprise is that the declarations about the significance of religion and religious practices among seniors and the fact that it's slightly decreasing. We need a broader perspective to state whether it's a permanent trend or whether it's just a fluctuation stemming from the sample, although it's quite a large group, 3,000 people, but we need additional research to define that. As for relations and support systems, I was not really surprised by the findings. Relations through modern technologies is an important factor. We discussed the opportunities. So I was analyzing the data from our studies, and I was wondering about an index, a factor that was already mentioned here today, namely social relations. 24.8% people said that there is a low social sensitivity when it comes to seniors. This is very significant, so we should think what should be done to lower this number. So we need education about inclusivity, to make sure that we seniors are not an excluded group, but also to make sure that it does not happen as a result of our own actions, of actions that we've not really thought through. So we need education for seniors, And let's keep this number in mind. And let's think what actions can be taken to strengthen the society's approach towards seniors. There is a big role to play by employers and those who decide to hire retirees, and those who also believe that people should retire as soon as they reach the retirement age. So we should definitely take a look at that. And we should solve this problem by implementing appropriate practical solutions. And by that, I mean creating groups focused on specific activities, on specific interests. We also have intergenerational activities, so as not to have just homogeneous groups only for seniors. Let's show the society what activities we are undertaking. There's plenty of examples. And another interesting finding has to do with lifelong learning. So on various levels of education in primary school, high school, we did not really have many solutions that will allow us to create a mechanism, a habit for lifelong learning. So I feel a lot of respect for you when I watch you and your activities. And even if you have not undertaken such activities earlier in your life, sometimes you are just learning to do it. It's the first time you're engaging in certain activities. But nonetheless, you're willing to try it, and the results are very positive. It's a very successful undertaking. But this also stems from your activity, from your need to learn. But to feel such a need to learn, then the age 60 plus, it's not the time when we should be just starting to create such habits. It should happen at the level of kindergarten or primary school. So as a pedagogue, I see certain gaps in our educational system when it comes to creating the need for learning, developing passions, and this should be done in one's childhood. So, of course, I have a lot of respect for your activities and for the very fact that you have come here to join us during this conference. That shows how engaged you are and that you feel the need for lifelong learning. Thank you very much. Eric Fromm wrote that when people lose interest in things, that means they are no longer alive. So, I'm always surprised in my findings, otherwise there'd be no reason to conduct my research. So, participation in culture has expected and unexpected consequences, and especially the unexpected ones are interesting. So we discussed the networks of relations that are impacting the quality of life of seniors. It depends on whether they are active or not. So first of all, there is an asymmetrical placement of cultural offers across Poland. Sometimes when there are many opportunities, the interest is not so high, and paradoxically, in places where there is no institutional support, the needs are actually very high. So we have grassroots initiatives. And I have a sad reflection. And to refer to Zygmunt Bauman's work, Together but Separately. So we live next to each other. We live in large population groups, but nonetheless we live alone, one may say. So sometimes undertaking activities is related to undertaking a significant personal challenge to make that decision. And that is sometimes based on values, but it's not just an individual matter. It's related to societal mechanisms. That's one of the reasons why we should activate people. And it should be the role of the state to create incentives to overcome the barriers of one's sense of helplessness, and also to do things together, because it's not a society of individuals, but we are a community, and that's our potential. So let's end with a Chinese saying. So we value new things when it comes to objects, and we value old age when it comes to people. So many nice sayings. Okay, when it comes to surprising findings. So let me mention one positive and one negative surprise. So a positive one is when we compare this year's research with the ones from the previous year, we see a large increase when it comes to the presence of digital devices in seniors' households, and it refers to all categories, all types of devices: laptops, smartphones, tablets, e-book readers. There's been an increase from 5 up to 11 percentage points all across the board. And this automatically translates into a second number, namely the increase among seniors of people who have access to internet and who actually do use the internet. And that's a significant increase from 85 to 92%. So it's an increase by 7 percentage points. So that's a great positive surprise. It's the same research methodology, so we can be certain of the results, and let's hope that translates into improved quality of life of seniors, because that's very important.
And the second surprise was unfortunately a negative one. So if we go deeper into this issue, if we scratch the surface, it turns out that oftentimes online seniors remain passive. 65% of seniors have accounts in social media, but they observe others rather than posting something actively, whether some text or pictures. And seniors mostly use the internet in order to find information about their hobby or other topics that are interesting to them, to find out what's happening in the world, to find out about current events, and to use email. But when they use email, they use it to receive messages rather than send them. This may point out to a limited level of skills, perhaps, and also to some concerns about the danger of being misused online or being robbed online. It is a positive signal. It means that they are informed about the risks. At the same time, it surprises me in a negative way, because it reflects that the fact that 1/3 of seniors had in one way or another come into contact with these negative phenomena, either they personally have been deceived online, or they know about a person they know being deceived, and this leads to the fact that they don't use the internet to the optimum extent. especially the use of public services. So half seniors have the so-called individual patient's account, which gives the possibility to access healthcare services online. So half of seniors have that account, but they hardly use it, and that could make their lives much, much easier. So a lot of positive things are happening online. It is a necessity. If you don't use the internet, you run a risk of being marginalized. So that's a positive sign. However, there are still some negative aspects that need improvement. Thank you very much. Very briefly, I would like to speak about family relations and what surprised me in our this year's findings. So certainly, I've been surprised to see that 1/4 of professionally active respondents combines professional activity with caring for a dependent relative. 1/4. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who have made this experience know what a high burden it places on you both physically and psychologically, and how hard it is to combine both roles. So this clearly shows an insufficiency of the institutional care in our country, and if we add to this data the expectation that we have heard many times today that we should remain in the workforce for as long as possible, this challenge becomes even more difficult, especially for women. In our research, in our study, we talked to women who are at least 60 years old, so they've already reached retirement age. They were professionally active and trying to combine it with different familiar obligation connected to caring of others. Well, many women are forced to continue working despite reaching retirement age because professions that tend to be performed by women are in general paid, not paid as much as those professions that are typically performed by men. This is one of the reason. Another reason is the fact that many women had gaps in their careers because of some phases in life when they took care of young children. That's why their pensions are lower than those received by men on average. And yet, statistically speaking, the average lifespan of a woman is longer than that of a man. That's why I'm saying that women are forced to remain in the workforce. And yet, on top of that, when we look at forms of assistance or care offered by men and women to older relatives, it is women who take up the more demanding and least pleasant tasks. And of course, it affects the psychological health and health of women in general. And we can say that yes, we have to create mechanisms. We must improve the institutional care system, but then we must not neglect the demographic development in our country, realizing that the number of senior citizens will increase. Even more women will have to take care of them, placing an additional burden on them. So it's an ever-growing challenge for our society to find ways of supporting 60-plus women in fulfilling the various roles that they fulfill in their lives. Thank you. I'm sure many questions have emerged. So now perhaps it's the right time to break for coffee and in an unofficial setting continue our discussions. I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing the findings of our research with the audience. If you are interested in more details, if you would like to read the papers, there will be a post-study publication very soon. It will be available both in a digital form on our website but also as a hard copy. Thank you very much. And now let's break for coffee. We will meet here again in 15 minutes.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to see you all back gathered in the room because we do have a slight delay by now, as the previous discussion was slightly longer, even though it was highly interesting. But now, without further ado, we should begin. We might need 5 more minutes than planned, but let's see what happens. On this panel, we are going to talk about health, independence versus dependence, and the striving for independence, as independence allows us to lead our lives in such conditions as we want to, for as long as possible. Without further ado, I would like to invite the speaker, Professor Zdzisław Czajka, Professor Zdzisław Czajka, Dr. Rafał Bakalarczyk, Reverend Dr. Marek Jaszor, Dr. Martyna Kawińska, and Dr. Dariusz Zalewski. During this panel, I would like to start by drawing a general picture explaining about the importance and meanings of independence, and move on to the details discussing certain ways and certain factors that influence dependence versus independence in older life, and what is important, what is necessary in order for us to remain as independent at an older age as possible. Each panelist will first have about 12 minutes for their statements. There will be 2 rounds of questions as well. There will be a different question for every speaker. It will focus on their area of expertise, by the way, and they will refer to their research. The research findings have been published in our magazine and will also be included in the publication that you have heard about, and that will hopefully be made available still in this month. So my first question goes to Dr. Dariusz Zalewski. Dr. Zalewski, in light of this year's research findings, or maybe also last year's research findings, what do we know about the independence level of older people in Poland? Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me. There is this standard answer that academics always give when asked about a certain specific area, and the answer is, it depends. And I'm not being cynical. This is deeply true. It always depends, especially in social sciences. The correct answer is always, it depends. So when you asked me about the independence level or health status of older people, the correct answer is, it depends. It can be so or so. In general, seniors view their health in a very positive fashion, and it could be surprising, but it was a panel. It is a panel research. It's a second edition of this research, which may affect the answers, and we also have comparison with international studies that show that, yeah, the health status of seniors is quite okay. If more than 45% of respondents, of 85 plus respondents answer that it is so-so, but 40% answer that their health is good or very good, it truly gives us reasons for satisfaction. There is a clear dependence here. However, Dr. Bojanowska in the first part of our conference mentioned these aspects, namely, the older people get, the more health problems they they naturally have, and there is a very clear correlation. But in general, if someone were to ask me about the subjective opinion of Polish seniors about their health, the answer would be it is okay. Is this the end of your statement or just a longer pause? No, 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 I'm not finished yet. It's just, it's not my computer. That's why I'm having some difficulty finding the right slide. So the next question about health in broad sense. This is a question about the independence of Polish seniors, and here the answer in general terms is positive as well. It's not bad, but again, it will depend on your question, on which activities you are asking about. So regardless of age cohorts, and we had several 60, 64, 65, 69, 70 to 74, 75 to 79, 80 to 84, and 85 plus. So regardless of cohort, in general, as regards getting out of bed, using the bathroom, eating, and putting on clothes, the level of independence is quite high. Well, it's not that good in the oldest cohort. It starts at the age of 70. People, 70 plus people start having problems climbing stairs or getting up or down the stairs. And objectively, it does point out to significant limitations and challenges they are facing, and I hope to have a chance to say some more about it. So when I said that it can be so or so, in this case it looks more positive. But there is also a more negative message. So we've looked at important daily activities. So for example, walking 500 meters on your own. So that would be an average distance to a bus stop, to a shop, or to a clinic. So that was one activity, and then climbing the stairs was a second one. And in here, well, the situation is still not dramatic, but it is not, overall situation is not very positive. About 18%, and I'm talking about 18% of 70 plus respondents. Out of this group, 18% is not able to walk 500 meters on their own. 15% of 70 plus respondents are not able to do the shopping on their own. About 10% is not able to carry out like daily chores at home or do some work in the garden. So these are significant numbers. So if we consider the fact that the structure of the Polish society is changing, and it's changing in a way that makes the oldest cohorts grow significantly, and very soon we will have almost 20 million of 70 plus people, but even if it was just 10 million, so 15% is 1.5 million. We would have in Poland 1.5 million people who are not able to walk to the bus stop or to do their shopping on their own, etc. And these figures will grow unless demographic trends change dramatically, but nothing suggests that they would. And that's the more negative side of the coin. On the one hand, so far, We have been saying that older people have good and close family relations. Most seniors do not feel lonely. Of course, it is then correlated to the size of their household. It is correlated also to faith and religion. All these factors do affect the feeling of loneliness. But so far, in general, Polish seniors have been saying that they do not feel lonely, and that in their circle they have someone who can support them. And these are usually people who are related to them. We are a society that largely relies on family relations of families. And if we were to say that there is an area where the Polish society is especially strong, I'd say so far strength of the family is a strong advantage. But family, and this is not only due to this crazy ideology that's prevalent in Western Europe and is coming to Poland, the strength of the family is going to be reduced because of demographic processes. 2+3, 2+5. This is not a typical description of a Polish family. It's usually 2+1. A couple and one child, or no children whatsoever. So the strength of Polish family will diminish. What does it mean for the health of older people? So seniors who right now have support of their families are in a different situation than my generation. My generation, we will no longer be able to rely on family support as much as this generation. Of course, there are neighbors and friends as well, but if someone is old, usually their friends and neighbors are about the same age and suffering from similar problems as them. And this is a significant challenge that not only Polish society is facing, but I'd say that the entire world, or maybe our civilizational circle as a whole, faces a similar challenge. So what do we do? So far, older people have received support from their families. How do we replace it with external sources of support? And of course, this opens up a space for different debates. And by the way, we talked about it a little bit more in the previous panel. There is space for other providers, local governments. So taking what's still there, familiar support, for example, and how to take it and then support it, how to maintain it to support families. But I think maybe that could be I could talk about it in the second part of my statement.
Thank you very much. I would leave aside ideological matters. We all see the changes in the family structure that lead to loneliness. Let's just mention migration. So the proximity of family does increase the level and quality of life, but that's not always possible. Sometimes our relatives are far away. Access to medical care is also a significant factor. And due to limits in access to public medical care, that is related to one's financial situation. So let's discuss this in detail. And our next panelist is Dr. Martyna Kalwińska. Yes, that is true. We know that the financial situation plays a very significant role when it comes to the quality of aging. it makes independent life more or less difficult. It can be an opportunity to discover new possibilities when it comes to social activities. It can allow you to take better care of your health.
no to faktycznie okazuje się, że ten wymiar ekonomiczny też
So if you look at our findings, we'll see that the economic financial aspects are very important for senior citizens.
takiej obiektywnej próbie oceny sytuacji dochodowej
So if they try to assess their financial situation subjectively, 36.6% of our seniors stated that they have enough money for everything and they can also save some money for some additional goals. 1/4 of seniors to meet all their needs had to live frugally. 1/4 said that, well, basically they can meet all their needs, but they are not able to save any money. And 1.6% of our respondents said that they don't have enough means to cover even the most basic needs.
zróżnicowanie tych odpowiedzi pod względem chociażby wieku.
And if we analyze the answers divided by age group, we see that younger seniors are more optimistic compared to the older ones. So the study was done among people starting from the age of 60. So it included men who were not yet eligible to receive their pension. So some of them still had to work. So maybe that's why the subjective evaluation of the household's financial situation was better.
Lepiej radzą sobie z gospodarowaniem budżetem.
Seniors are better at managing budget. The ones who live in cities, in rural areas, the situation is a bit more difficult.
Analizowane jest przez osoby żyjące co najmniej w gospodarstwie.
And the best outcomes were in people who live in a household of at least 2 people, so in a marriage. So when you have 2 different sources of income, even if it's 2 pensions.
Byli także poproszeni o to, żeby porównać swoją aktualną
We asked our seniors to compare their current financial situation to the one from a year ago, and here over 60% of the respondents said that nothing changed. It's basically the same. Almost 12% said that their situation has actually improved, but the same amount said that their situation has deteriorated. So what led to the improvement of their financial situation? Additional income. Additional income due to the fact that they were still working, or they had an additional part-time job, and the so-called 13th and 14th pension that was paid directly to seniors. And what led to the deterioration of their financial situation? Well, first of all, increased cost of living. Almost 50% of people mentioned that. And as it turns out, people experience that deterioration exactly when they retire. Retiring is a crisis moment in old age, so it's the social aspect, lack of professional activity, but also the severely limited access to sources of income. So it's no longer possible to cover all their financial needs.
zwracano uwagę także na ograniczoną liczbę możliwości dodatkowych godzin pracy, które
They also mentioned that they can no longer work as much as they would like to, which limited their sources of income. And 1 in 3 people said that their health situation has deteriorated, they have to pay off their loans, or that they are supporting their family. So since we have expenditures which were a large burden to households, then what kind of incomes are we talking about? What was the main budget of the budgets of households of seniors? So first of all, housing related costs. So different housing fees, water fees or waste collection fees. 70% of our respondents mentioned this aspect, saying it's a significant burden. Also, high energy costs, the cost of groceries, heating, and other fuel, heating materials, gas. So 15% of people mentioned this factor. 68% of our respondents, so it was 2,040 respondents out of 3,000, after meeting all of their needs, were still able to have a disposable income or savings. And of course, here it's a very subjective feeling, because for some that's 5,000 zlotys, and for some it's a much higher amount. So we asked our respondents what they'd like to spend this money on. So over 40% of our seniors would like to go on trips and excursions. Of course, these opportunities diminish as people get older. So in older age categories, the possibility to travel is being replaced by costs related to medical services. But such a declaration points to the fact that there is a change when it comes to the way seniors are spending their free time. Another significant group saved the disposable income. A large group dedicated it to entertainment, cultural, educational activities. And if we divide that by gender, it turns out that women are more likely to spend their disposable income, whereas men are more likely to save the money. So if women can make use of the funds, then they actually like to meet with other people, to go out, go to the movies, to a coffee shop. And when it comes to women, you also have beauty-related expenses, going to the hairdresser and so on. Car-related expenses were also quite high. 15% of people mentioned that. So men stated this category, so we see this difference between women and men. So paying off loans and other financial obligations, here it was not such a big percentage. Professor Uścińska told us about the amount of debt. So what's the source of such an amount? If we talk about long-term loans, so paying off bank loans, then the age limit is quite significant here. So you can get a loan only up to a certain age. For example, if you're 30-year-old, you can get a loan only up to 25 years. That's the maximum. So to get a 30-year loan, you have to be younger than 30 years. So it's maybe debt incurred in other non-banking institutions. These are short-term obligations and debts, and it would seem that it's not such a heavy burden as the one related to long-term loans and loans taken from the bank. And let me stop here for now. It's interesting how, through analyzing finances, we can actually take a look at the preferences of people when it comes to active aging, and how activity is defined in different ways, and how men and women have different needs. But let's focus on factors that allow seniors to remain self-reliant. Although, as we know, it gets more difficult as they get older. Just a remark about loans. As you said, banks don't really want to give a loan to older people, but in a market economy, you have many different opportunities. You can also get a loan on the so-called black market. I think it's not been researched. We've not have had any findings when it comes to our research, but if it's as we heard, about 12 billion, then it's quite a significant amount. Per capita, per senior, it's actually a big amount. So that's about the burdens. So our research was based on surveys, and maybe it was not comprehensive enough to get all the answers, so we might get some oversimplifications. For example, part of the research shows that our respondents don't really want to rely on any help, including financial help. So we asked about getting help from your relatives or public help, and over 80% say that they don't want to use any help. Then, well, this is contrary to the information about the loans, so this requires further research. But going back to self-reliance. It's an important topic not only for seniors. Let's just say that every person who's professionally active would like to be independent. And to the pensioners who are here with us today, I'm sure that you're used to work, and even when you work, you want to be as self-reliant and independent as possible. No one likes to be supervised, to depend on someone. So people like to emphasize that they have an independent work post. When it comes to pensioners, independence, self-reliance is really important. Most of them would like to be self-reliant. And that means that they'd like to make their own decisions about their life. They don't want to be a burden to anyone. And as we said, they would like to secure their future, to be as independent as possible. Let me use the example of my own family. My father died 8 years before my mom, and she wanted to be as self-reliant as possible. So she had 2 sons, but she did not want to be dependent. She was emphasizing that she wants to be self-reliant. So maybe that's why I focused on this topic in my research. Of course, independence depends on many factors, but first of all, the health factor, that is the the fundamental factor, and we've already talked about that, so I won't repeat that. So when it comes to self-reliance, the health situation determined by a doctor, that's one thing when it comes to your test results and so on. And as you know, usually you have blood work, and that gives you more expansive information than 20 or 30 years ago. You can find out basically everything by doing blood work, even if someone has cancer. So I won't go into detail here. I'd like to focus on other aspects, although we've touched on many different topics already. But a few words about age, because that's one of the significant factors when it comes to self-reliance. So as we get older, we become less independent, less self-reliant. We have more and more problems, usually health-related problems. But sometimes it's related to changing needs. I'm sure you all know that the needs of young people, middle-aged people, and seniors, even when it comes to the same areas, can be different. They are smaller when it comes to seniors. That's why the age group is very important. The gender division is also important. So, as we've already mentioned, women tend to be more active than men, and this also determines self-reliance. So women are more independent than men, and their activity here is much broader than when it comes to men. So the path of activity for men is quite narrow. And the personal status or family status is also important. So seniors feel better if they live with a spouse rather than living alone. As we know, loneliness is a problem when it comes to senior citizens. And it's also related to self-reliance, because sometimes if people live alone, they may think that they shouldn't really go to different public functions, even to family meetings. So singles will go to meetings for other seniors where they feel like they will meet similar people. And let me mention another factor when it comes to self-reliance. It's about one's own unique personal traits. Of course, we differ when it comes to our personalities. So depending on your personality, you'll be more or less active, you'll be more interested in social relations. So the fact that women have other needs and they understand things differently than men stems from different personalities. We know that you have difference in personalities between men and women. So just read the appropriate sources.
So personality traits to a higher extent and other traits may affect the scope of human activity in the old age and may affect their self-reliance. Of course, the factor of education also plays a role, but it has already been discussed. When you talked about personality traits, I want to dig deeper because, of course, there are certain differences between men and women, but also there are significant individual differences. And now I would like to hand over to Reverend Dr. Marek Jarosz to talk about the psychological perspective and mental health perspective. Well, and whether or not social support is necessary in the old age in order to maintain good mental health. The problems of mental health are not taken into account to sufficient extent when we think about the old age.
Mamy dosyć dużo informacji wskazujących na to,
There is a lot of
jest naznaczony
data suggesting that the old age is marked by many difficulties that are psychological or mental in nature. But when in our survey we asked respondents about the frequency of dealing with certain mental health related problems, our respondents did not state or admit that they had such problems. So, psychological difficulties in the old age can be conditioned by several factors. Factor number one, sometimes seniors are not willing to openly admit that they have such difficulties due to the stereotypes that we still have in our society. People are ashamed to admit to have mental problems, although I have to say that the stigma is no longer as strong as it used to be. However, older generations still are reluctant to admit such difficulties. Factor number one, and it seems to be more significant in this context because we see it over and over again. I've seen the same phenomenon in last year's research and also in this year's series. So a large part of respondents do not even realize that they are dealing with some mental health problems. Either they are used to these problems because they have had them for a very long time, or they explain the symptoms with other diseases. For example, they say, oh, this is a neurological disease, or this is somatic in nature, not psychological. In the 85 plus population, even 35% of respondents, 30% of 80 plus seniors may suffer from depression. In our study, slightly more than 5%, almost 6% admitted that they suffered from depression, but I don't believe it reflects the actual state. So when we talk about this mental condition, we are talking about a certain level of mental balance. Of course, it is conditioned by many factors, including somatic aspects. And as people age, they do have more diseases, which does affect their mental state. It is also affected by sociological or social aspects, different certain thresholds that they reach, for example, retirement age, and then a necessary change in one's social circle. So these factors do put a burden on one's ability to adapt to new situations and do affect their mental, psychological well-being. In the old age, there are different moments that pose a radical shift. For example, the death of one's spouse, losing contact or touch with one's children or grandchildren because they move to a different location, and all these can significantly affect one's mental well-being. I do believe that certain problems in the seniors population are not fully reflected and in the study. 5,000 people on average commit suicide every year. That's the average. But if I were to ask you, what the split is between different age groups, probably many of you would say it is mostly young people who commit suicide. And now imagine every fifth person who commits suicide is 65 or older. This is a statistic I take from the Ministries of Health report. So 20% out of 5,000 suicides, 1,000 is committed by 65 plus people, and out of this number, 150 is committed by very young people. Of course, we hear about them more because when a young person kills themselves, it draws attention. But we are no longer so interested in suicides committed by the elderly. I could give you many more examples that are evidence of the fact that the psychological well-being of seniors in Poland is not very good. A large share, as much as 80% of our respondents, say that in general they are satisfied with their lives. It's a general statement. I'm not going to go into detail, but about 80% is satisfied with their lives, do not feel lonely, have good relationships in their families. However, there is always the remaining 20 or up to 20%. Someone might say 20% is not so much, but if we look at this percentage and compare it with the total population of our our seniors, we realize that we are talking with a mass phenomenon. A large part of our society is suffering and has mental health problems. Some of the respondents, and I'm saying this after carrying out statistical analysis, and it's become very clear in the statistical analysis that mental health problems lead to loss of self-reliance and independence, because we believe that we become dependent when we lose physical health or our mobility. However, there is a large group of older people who lose independence because of mental health problems. And maybe I will have a chance to come back to this later, but now let me just say that from the institutional perspective, this problem is not being addressed at all. Because support from psychiatrical or psychological support is problematic in Poland right now, especially for the youngest generations, but this is a wider phenomenon. Now, social relations. It's similar to the question about the satisfaction with one's life. Also, in this case, a large percentage of respondents said that they are happy with the support they get from family members or friends, people they know. So about 80%, even more than 80%, responded that they are happy. So 4/5 of all the respondents have good or correct relations with family members and others. It is a very important factor that supports and maintains mental well-being. Where relationships disappear or weaken, mental health status deteriorates. And it is very clear in Europe-wide research. Actually, the professor mentioned me, so I will now mention Professor Bednarski. Economy does play a role here too. However, Europe-wide research shows that the highest level of loneliness that's measured in EU member states is measured in Ireland, and actually the average income in Ireland is quite high. So of course, money is not enough. Money won't buy you happiness. We keep repeating it, but I don't think we really comprehend it. Not always. So our respondents, the majority of our respondents, still have strong relations in the family. They come from traditional families. They receive support from their families. It's an important resource they can draw on. But then, as the generations, they just pass and one is replaced by the next and the next generation coming from smaller families. In this case, it's different. Their access to social support is more limited. So these resources will diminish as the following generations age. So we are certain now that the problem of loneliness and mental health problems will emerge in the old age more and more, because successively or as time goes by, we will be losing family relations. It's just a natural course. Generations who are less rooted in the family circles and less connected within families, have smaller families, will age sooner. I still have a minute, so I would like to share some conclusions with you. Now, as regards the mental health situation, when we ask respondents whether or not they have some mental health problems, they say no. But if we rephrase the question, much like a psychiatrist or a psychologist would do, if we ask about individual specific symptoms, it turns out that the answer is different. Okay, in general, I say, yeah, I have no problems, but then I have this symptom, and that symptom. So these are people who do have certain mental health problems without realizing it. And to conclude my short statement, maybe to give you some food for thought. So what are some symptoms that can be a sign of depression? Now, regardless of age. So losing appetite, losing weight, problems with sleeping. And actually the third one is the one that comes up most frequently in our surveys. Of course, it's a probability. So if you are suffering from these symptoms, if you have some sleeping disorders, it does not automatically mean that you have depression, but it is a symptom that may be a sign suggesting depression. There is this old song, Wesołe jest życie staruszka, so the life of an old man is happy. It's an old song, but I think the current old generation could still sing this song. 80% do claim that they are happy with their lives. However, we must not forget the remaining 20%. Thank you. It's very important. I think mental health aspect is not being studied enough. And I'm not even talking about concrete action. But I would like to ask about lack of dependence or lack of self-reliance. When, due to either somatic causes, physical causes, or psychological causes, people become less and less independent, in light of research and in light of the seniors' opinions, which measures would be most helpful? Thank you. Thank you for this question, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak during this conference. I'm also very honored to have been able to participate in the project, in the research project as a whole. But now, onto your question. The question you've just asked was also reflected in the survey we carried out, so we do have some findings on this issue. Because we asked about the expectations of older people with regard to a certain model of care that they would wish to see, and how responsibility for care should be divided between different entities, and we do not have a very clear-cut, black and white answer when we asked whether the family should take of an old person or someone else. So on the one hand, it's become very clear how attached older people are to the family-based model. And there is a clear expectation that the family should take responsibility for taking care of an elder person. However, at the same time, they did have a high level of acceptance for external support, and they did believe at the same time that it is a responsibility for the entire society to take care of older people. Let me quote some data. More than 82% of respondents agreed with the statement that taking care of an elderly parent is the obligation of the children, and I don't think it should be interpreted in purely legal term. So in the guardianship social code, there is a provision that obliges children to pay alimony to dependent children. Now, parents, sorry, 70%, so still a considerable group of respondents answered that the care of the elderly people is the obligation of the whole family. Of course, there is the question about how we understand the whole family. Is it just the immediate family or broader family, and how they view the responsibility of cousins or people who are further relatives? Because in the context of demographic developments, it is often underlined that the familiar networks are actually becoming weaker and weaker, also due to the territorial spread of families as a factor which weakens the relationship, so that in the end, both those who need care and those who provide care to other family members cannot really rely on other family members. So going back to the statistics, a high percentage of respondents agreed with the statement that the care of older people is the obligation of the entire society and should be provided by social care institutions. And of course, there is the question how this obligation should be fulfilled, which institutions should do it. But I do hope that in the second round of questions there will be space to make some recommendations or share some reflections on that issue. There was also the question about the approach or the opinions of respondents about institutional care, also in homes. And as much as 83% of respondents said that older people should move to nursing homes or care homes, but only when the family is not capable of caring of the older relative. So institutional care is seen as an option of last resort. So not the preferred form of care, but if the preferred forms become impossible for one reason or another, as an option of last resort, the nursing homes are acceptable as well. So there were relatively many answers, well, slightly more than 60%, and these were people who agreed with the statement that care homes are a good place for older people to live. So each scenario, and this is actually also confirmed by the qualitative research part. So each scenario was seen as a source of anxiety, of concern. So in each scenario, there were some risks connected and seen by the respondents, and for example, referring to care that is provided by care homes, there was a clear concern about the circle, on the environment, the group of people that will live there, whether or not it will be possible to have good relations with other inhabitants. and whether they will feel well there.
Tego scenariusza, w którym opieka.
And then we have the other scenario where the relatives would be taking care of the senior, and that's the preferable option. But still there were some concerns related to it. So, as we already said, there is a worry that the senior will become a burden to their loved ones. As one person said, they were especially concerned that someone may suffer from dementia or other neurodegenerative illnesses, which will make life difficult for their loved ones. So even the options that were preferred by the respondents are still a source of concern and worry. So we are running behind our schedule, so each of you gets just one sentence. So one sentence, recommendation for public policy when it comes to supporting seniors' independence. So we should build comprehensive support systems, both for people with limited independence and for those who are caring for them. So let's also see the supporters of those, like those who also need support themselves. So as was said, quite often the ones who are caring for seniors are quite old themselves, so they also require support. I wanted to say a poem, so one sentence will not be enough. Well, just say one line. So when I went to school, I was taught that there is well, the meaning of this poem is that a young boy helped an old woman to pass through a bridge, and everyone had to know this poem by heart. So when it comes to challenges, we need such young boys as the one described in the poem. So they don't have to be related, but they should know that there is such a senior in their environment and that they need help. So we need communal support. When it comes to public policy, we see a focus on services. And here it's not about highly specialized services because they are expensive, they require specialists, and there is a shortage of specialists. It's often about simple services, simple help, and here we just need the community, even children or young people who could provide such support. So neighborly help. Maybe I should sing something to complement the poem, but I won't do that. Let me remind you, this is an academic scientific conference. So for many reasons, including demographic ones, we've reached a point when we're aware that when it comes to professionalization of services for seniors, the professionalization of services, we've reached the end that simply we cannot do more when it comes to expanding such services. So let's say we are circling back. We are going back to the primary sources, namely family and relations, and there's no running away from that. So if an institution simply cannot manage something, or just for objective reasons you won't be able to count on it, because of limited resources of the state, then we'll see a circling back to your personal ties, family, neighborly ties, ties to your closer community. And I believe this is our future. And let me make a prophecy. So 20 years ago, I participated in a workshop with Professor Kenning, a psychiatrist, a consultant for the health department. And already then he said that no system, even the American, won't be able to provide all the necessary medical health help and support. So we have to slowly move to social and family resources because we've reached a certain end. And I think that's what we're experiencing now. Well, we don't have as many such institutions in Poland, yes, but we don't have the money. That's a sad conclusion. And we don't have the people. When it comes to the financial situation, I would suggest that we encourage people approaching retirement age to continue working, to be professionally active. But as I said, encouragement, not forcing them. And it should be a wide-ranging encouragement. So it should create real opportunities to stay on the labor market. It should be encouragement for employers to invest in the potential of employees who can still be used on the labor market. So we don't have situations when 84% of people retire right after they reach the statutory retirement age. And we need a higher social sensitivity when it comes to the needs and the possibilities of seniors. So we all have to make an effort. So I'll try to be brief. So to sum it up with one sentence, support institutions should base their help, first of all, on finding out about the extent of needs, on who needs what, and whether the support is easily accessible. Because you have seniors, especially in rural areas, who simply won't be able to reach various events organized in communities or towns. So today I took a look at two websites in the Podlaskie and Mazowieckie voivodeship, and you have a whole long list of events, initiatives for seniors. So in every commune, in every town, you have a long list of various events dedicated to seniors. And they provided data about the number of participants. I don't know how many people there are exactly in the Podlaskie voivodeship, but I believe only a small share participated in such events. But, well, the institution did their job, they got their funds, but we don't know who actually got there and whether it was those who really needed such initiatives. So independence and lack of independence prevention needs work on many different fronts, preventing exclusion when it comes to transport, community, and mobility. So thank you very much, and now let's take a break.
Nie brałem. Może ją schowamy tutaj, będzie bardziej dyskretnie. Mamy plan. Zanieść im to? Tak? Dobra. Żeby się nie zdziwił, że jakiś obcy człowiek.
Ja z nim rozmawiałem.
Okej.
Amerykanami.
Aha. Proszę, coś? Dobra, to zacznę. Coś teraz się nie dzieje. Trzeci zmienił, Polska też. Siada was ja po prostu zawołam na ten moment. No ja, no tak wam będzie. Jak mnie słychać? Słychać mnie?
Can you hear me? Just a technical information. We are moving to the English-speaking part of our conference, so please make sure to go and pick up your interpretation headset. So let's wait 1 more minute. Okay, let's start the final part of our conference, international context. Are we facing any technical problems? Yes, I'm speaking Polish. That's as it should be. So my name is Michał Rydzewski, and I will be your moderator during the last part of the conference, International Context. And it's a kind of a journey, so we don't focus only on the Polish situation and research on Polish seniors. Let's take a look at other European countries. And I mean both Western countries and our friends from Ukraine. We'll have 4 presentations and a technical information. Dr. Piotr Jędraszewski is here with us. It's nice to see you. Oh, you're hiding somewhere behind the photographer. So he'll give his presentation in English due to his professional experience and his professional activity, which takes place in Great Britain and Ireland. And the other presentations are recordings, previously made recordings, and the third and fourth one will have automatic Polish translation inscriptions. But we don't have that for the first two presentations, so please make sure to pick up your interpreting headset so you can make sure you benefit from the presentations. So our first presentation, Professor Dr. Greg Straban from the University of Ljubljana. And a brief introduction. He's a professor of social insurance. He's the head of the Department of Labor Law at the University of Ljubljana. He's also a specialist for the Labor Code and Social Security. He's a consultant for the European Commission. And he's a member of many different associations of experts on the legal labor law. He's also a professor of other universities, the one in Johannesburg. So he participates also in other, not only European associations of the labor law. He's also part of the African Association, who discuss those topics in that Congress, but we'll be focusing on European context today. And the topic is, what is the future of pension systems in EU countries? So I have an agreement with this panelist, but I know how long the recordings will take. So Professor Dr. Greg Straban will take up 5 minutes of our time.
Hello, my name is Gregor Strban from the University of Ljubljana, and I was asked to share some thoughts on what could be the future of pension systems in the European Union countries. Let me start by saying that it is not a question whether pension systems have a future or not. It is how the future of pension systems will look like. According to Eurostat, on the 1st of January 2024, the EU population was estimated at almost 450 million, and more than 1/5, over 21% of that, was age 65 and over. Age 65 is also enshrined in the ILO Convention number 102 on minimum standards of social security, but is not carved in stone. According to this convention, the prescribed age shall be not more than 65 years, or such higher age as may be fixed by the competent authority with due regard to the working ability of elderly persons in the country concerned. And this is the key to pension systems. As the population ages, it is the duty of the legislator, following the legally binding goal of a social state governed by the rule of law, to follow the changes with its normative action. At least that is what the Slovenian Constitutional Court argued already a decade ago. In October 2025, it stated that the principle of the adjustment of the law to social relations is one of the principles of the state governed by the rule of law. Moreover, public pension schemes, being the ones provided national pensions or social insurance pensions, must not be perceived as a correction of the labor market deficiencies, but they are mere reflection. It is not admissible to neglect health and safety and other conditions of work and let people retire at earlier age due to labor market strains or lack of labor inspection. Especially some more recent forms of organizing work, like via labor-intensive digital platforms, may raise questions. For instance, teleworkers require special attention. Working from home or from holidays must not always provide for proper ergonomics and other requirements of occupational health and safety, for which an employer is responsible and has to be controlled. At employer's premises, if employer has met all his obligations of occupational health and safety equipment and instruction, or at premises of a teleworker, virtually, if in serious breach and with a court of law permission, in case of private home, also in person. If measures are taken only in the pension insurance scheme, but not primarily on the labor market itself, then the legislature is legitimizing labor market deficiencies and even illegalities. Only when labor market performs well could we discuss individual features of pension insurance schemes, among them being the legal nature of pensions. Should one receive it at a certain age, regardless of any other circumstance? Or is it still for a social risk of reduced or lost income due to old age? Moreover, should it be composed of three pillars, second one being mandatory or voluntary? Or should fictitious pension accounts be introduced and solidarity, as with every individual pension account, reduced? Should automatic stabilizers be introduced? For instance, the Netherlands has introduced a floating pensionable age. As of 2026, the legal retirement age will be linked to the remaining life expectancy and will rise by 3 months for every 4.5 months of increasing life expectancy. It should be bear in mind that every automatism in pension insurance is safeguarding the system as such and pays little or no attention to people, in this case, economically active persons and pensioners. Before concluding, allow me to mention the important work of the European Committee of Social Rights, where always public pension schemes are emphasized as a path towards the realization of the fundamental human right to social security. For instance, only occupational or over-reliance or complementary pension schemes might be contrary to the European Social Charter and its right to social security. I believe it is clear that no one can stand and survive on his or her own. Solidarity and equality are basic principles of social justice and social peace as part of peace in general. As ILO always emphasizes, si vis pacem, quale justitia. If you desire peace, cultivate justice. Most importantly, personal circumstances, among them old age, cannot be left to a private capital market alone. Societal protection is essential in guaranteeing the international fundamental human right to social security, regardless how precisely public pension insurance schemes are shaped in the EU and their member states. Thank you.
Wcześniej Państwo klaskali.
You clapped before. All right, and then the next speaker in this panel is Dr. Jednaszewski. He's preparing right now. It's extremely important to mention, Dr. Jednaszewski, that before the break, in the first and second panel, we discussed research findings about the situation of senior citizens in Poland. It was a large-scale quantitative and qualitative study in 2024-2025 carried out by a research team from this university, but also the Institute of Labor and Social Affairs. And it's very important, I believe, to mention as well that we want to see our research results from the perspective of other countries. That's why we have a panel on the situation of seniors in other countries. So, and I do hope that we can receive some case studies from these presentations. Dr. Jędraszewski is going to talk about the life of senior citizens in Great Britain and Ireland.
Good afternoon. Praise the Lord. It is an honor and pleasure to be with you here at the University of Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński, who was a great figure of Polish history, but also, I think, in the world history. And I'd like to say a few words as a comparison between the healthcare systems in Britain and in Ireland. I am Piotr Jednaszewski. I represent St. Mary's Institute in Ireland. And I'm going to talk about healthcare for all the adults and compare how it works in Ireland and in the United Kingdom. With the world's population getting older, more people need support and care, which makes this topic very important. We look at the challenges older adults face and how these two countries are addressing them. So if you look at the numbers here presented in this chart, you can see that the number of people aged 65 and older in Ireland and the United Kingdom is quite high. In the Republic of Ireland, there are about 833,000 older adults, and in the UK, England has the largest number, around 11 million, followed by Scotland with over 1.1 million, and Wales with nearly 700,000. And then we got Northern Ireland with about 350,000. This shows that a significant part of the population in both countries is older, highlighting the importance of healthcare and support for this age group. If you look at the total population of the UK has about 69 million people, while the Ireland has around 5.4 million people. So out of these, roughly 13.5 to 16.5 to 13.6 million people in the UK are over 65, which is about 19 to 20%. In Ireland, around 833,000 people are over 65, or we could say like 15.5%. In these terms, when we talk about the healthcare spending, the UK spends about £317 billion, and Ireland spends around €33.5 billion, which is roughly about 28 billion pounds. This shows that both countries have a growing number of older adults, but the scale of spending are quite different because of the population in both countries. In Ireland, older people usually use both public and private healthcare. They often have to pay some cost themselves, unless they have a medical card or a so-called GP visit card, which covers most of the expenses. In the UK, older adults mainly use the NHS. This is our Polish fiskus. Yes? Okay. Polish system, which provides most healthcare for free when it's needed. But when it comes to long-term social care, it is quite complicated. When we discuss help at home or in a care home, it is different depending on where you live and how much income you have. Scotland, where I live, is a bit different from the rest of the UK because it provides free personal care and in many cases free nursing care for those who qualify. In Ireland, older people can use both public and private healthcare. Public hospitals are run by the government, while the private healthcare is something you pay for yourself. If you need to see a GP or a family doctor, it usually costs money, unless, as mentioned before, you have a medical card or a GP visit card. Those cards let you go for free or pay less. When it comes to long-term care, like living in a nursing home, there is a program called the Fair Deal. It helps pay for care, but how much the state contributes depends on your income, your savings, and the value of your home for up to 3 years. So when we talk about the system in Ireland, the government covers the rest of the costs that you can't pay yourself. This system helps make sure people get the care they need, even if they don't have enough money to cover everything. Okay. In the UK, the older people get medical care for free through the NHS. This includes visits to the doctor or GP and the hospital treatment. Prescriptions cost can be different depending on which part of the UK you are in, where you live. When it comes to the long-term care or social care, most of the UK uses something called means testing. This means that people may have to pay some or all of the costs depending on their income and savings. So while medical care is mostly free, getting extra support at home or in a care home can depend on what you can afford. Scotland is different, and I'm going to talk about Scotland a bit later. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So let's look at how social care works in different parts of the UK. The place where I live, Scotland, if older people need help with personal care, things like washing, dressing, or eating, excuse me, they can get this support for free, as long as they are assessed and qualify. Nursing care, which is help from nurses, is also handled differently than in the rest of the UK. In England, things work a bit differently. The government has a set limit on how much someone will have to pay for personal care over their lifetime. But it can still be confusing because the rules about what counts as personal care and when the limits start aren't very clear yet. I would say that the rules are still under the process of assessment. So the government is trying to find the best way to help old people. So while both countries aim to support older adults, the way they do it can feel quite different depending on where you live. If we take a closer look at how care works in Scotland, we can see a very different approach. In Scotland, personal care and nursing care are free. If an older person is assessed as needing them, it doesn't matter how much money they have or whether they own a home. The decision is based only on their care needs. Even someone with savings or assets can still receive the support. So basically, we have a free medical care in Scotland for everybody. There are no exceptions. This is quite different from many different other parts of the United Kingdom, where long-term care often depends on your income and savings. In those places, people may need to contribute to the cost themselves. So Scotland's system is much more focused on making sure people get the care they need rather than what they can afford. Ireland. You usually have to pay to see a GP, unless you have a medical card or a GP visit card. In some part of the country, especially rural areas, it can also be hard to find a GP or get an appointment. Similar situation is in Scotland. However, our medical care is free for everyone, and that makes a massive difference. UK. GP visits are free for all older people under the NHS. However, many older adults say it's difficult to get an appointment quickly, and they often don't see the same doctor each time. We have a system that when you go to your GP, then you are directed to a consultant, and sometimes you got to wait for a consultant to be admitted. But when you are admitted to the hospital or a care house, the support provided there is exceptional. It's just absolutely wonderful, and you don't pay for it. Prescriptions, very expensive in Poland. UK, GP visits are free. Just a second. Sorry, I should talk about Ireland. Older people who have a medical care can get their prescriptions for free or at a lower cost. Everyone else has to pay the regular price. United Kingdom, England, people aged 60 or over do not have to pay for prescriptions. Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, prescriptions are free for everyone. In other words, when you go to your GP, that means your doctor, in Scotland, he gives you a prescription, you go to the chemist, and you get all medicines for free. You don't pay a penny for it. That makes a difference. I was in a chemist yesterday in Poland. I saw an elderly lady who had a prescription, and she had to pay 500 zloty. It's just like 100 pounds. That's quite a lot of money. In Scotland, it's unbelievable. So come to Scotland. All right, Ireland, fair deal. After an assessment, the government pays the rest of the nursing home fees. Residents still contribute from their income and assets, which can include up to 3 years' value of their home. United Kingdom, So we have England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. In England, social care costs are based on your income and savings. Many older people still pay for their personal care. There is a cap on lifetime cost, and it has been announced, but details are still under process. Scotland, as I mentioned, older adults who need it get free personal care. And nursing care is also largely supported. Wales and Northern Ireland, each area has its own system for assessing needs and funding care. So Ireland, public hospitals provide care, but private insurance routes may afford faster access. So if you have a private insurance, it's easier. GP access, delays, and consultant waiting lists are reported. In other words, if you need to go to hospital, you might wait, and it might be quite long, so it's better to have a private care in Ireland. In the UK, older patients face long waits in emergency rooms and for planned surgeries. There aren't enough staff, hospitals are full, and Brexit-related delays are making things worse. However, when we talk about Scotland again, we have only 5 million people in Scotland. That makes a big difference. I live in a small city called Kirkcaldy, and we have a very big hospital. So if you need help, especially elder people, if they need help, there's no problem with that. And when you are admitted to the hospital, you would be really surprised because you have 5 meals a day and you can choose from the menu what would you like to eat. This is like a paradise, going to hospital in Scotland. But I don't wish you to go to hospital in Scotland, I'm sorry. Okay, key differences. UK, most healthcare is free when you need it. Prescription costs vary depending on where you live. Ireland, you may have to pay for doctor visits and prescriptions unless you have a medical card. So here's a joke for you in a picture. And the person says, stop at the machine, ATM, that you can withdraw money. Because when he goes to hospital, he has to pay for it. Oh, yeah, he's scared. Okay. Ireland, the Fair Deal scheme helps cover nursing home costs. How much you pay depends on your income, savings, and the value of your home up to 3 years' worth, as it was said here. UK, most areas ask people to contribute based on income and savings. Scotland goes further by providing free personal care for older adults who qualify. So you can be very rich in Scotland, you can have a few houses, and you still don't need to pay for it. We have equality. It means everyone has a free medical care. Sorry, I'm almost done. Sorry? Second. So when we talk about the key differences, Ireland is a mixture of public and private care, and sometimes it's a barrier for people. Because of the shortages in the medical staff, we have GP shortages, means that you got to wait longer. In UK, mostly when we talk about care, it's free, and however, sometimes you have long waiting lines, and social care is under a very high pressure because of the number of people who live, for instance, in England, in contrary to Scotland. At the end, there is a joke here about the Dalmatian who goes to the doctor and he can see that he kept seeing spots because Dalmatians have spots. But I put this joke here purposely because sometimes when you go to GP, the problem is that GP can't always assess, and we need to go to the consultant. And this is a major problem we always face. What should be said to GP to go and to be directed to the right consultant, especially when people are elder and they need special support. So I guess the same issue is all over Europe, how we can help elderly people to make their life easier and better. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Dziękuję bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much. I see that you're impressed by the state of the medical healthcare system in Scotland, and now we'll have quite a specialized presentation. It's related to well-being. We have a research team from London South Bank University. We have a British team, and the topic is circadian lighting for healthy aging, practical approaches in residential care. It's a 10-minute presentation, and you will have the written translation, but you can also use the headset.
Lighting for healthy aging and discuss some practical approaches in residential care settings. I'll give a brief background, discuss why circadian lighting matters, show some evidence in aging population, present some case studies, some design principles, and give some key takeaways and next steps. According to the UN, the global population is aging rapidly, with adults aged 65 and over expected to constitute more than 16% of the world's population by 2050. As people age, the visual and circadian system undergo marked physiological decline. The crystalline lens becomes increasingly opaque and yellowed, pupils constrict, and the sensitivity of the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells diminishes. This changes reduces retinal illuminance and weakens the strength of the light signals that is needed to regulate circadian rhythms. For many older adults, particularly those living in residential care, this visual and biological degradation contributes to fragmented sleep. This, as a result, contributes to diminished daytime alertness, increased evening agitation, cognitive impairment, and mood disorders. Brings the question, what is circadian lighting? Well, circadian lighting is designed to support biological rhythms by controlling timing, spectrum, and intensity. To further explain these concepts, the top left corner shows the spectrum of daylight, which is full and has all the colors of the rainbow. It is also dynamic, which means the intensity and the mix of color changes across the day. The other three spectrums of light are artificial light sources, namely incandescent, fluorescent, and cool white LED. Incandescent and fluorescent are static lights and do not change across time of the day. Cool white LED, on the other hand, has the ability to change across the time of the day. The graphs on the bottom right corner shows the levels of cortisol, melatonin, alertness, and body temperature across the time of day. This shows that cortisol peaks in the morning and gradually drops across the day up until midnight. Melatonin as well reduces across the time of day and begins to rise at 6 p.m., peaks eventually at midnight. Alertness is shown to be low in the morning and peaks at midday and gradually drops to the end of the day. And body temperature gradually rises across the day and peaks at 6 p.m., then begins to drop. Of what relevance is this to older adults? As described in the previous slides, the aging population experiences challenges such as lenses yellowing and smaller pupils. This reduces the amount of blue light reaching the retina and can weaken the circadian entertainment, leading to fragmented sleep and daytime sleepiness. This issue is further aggravated in care homes where residents typically spend most of their time indoors with insufficient daylighting and poorly timed artificial lighting. As illustrated in the figure, because the eye is often requiring 2 to 4 times melanopic illuminance than a younger eye, to achieve a comparable circadian stimulation, conventional lighting is frequently inadequate to support healthy biological functioning. Consequently, the daytime cues needed to entrain the body's master clock of the suprachiasmatic nucleus are weakened and disrupting the sleep-wake cycle and overall well-being. This, as a result, brings complex physiological and cognitive challenges impacting mood, memory, sleep, and physical health. Circadian lighting has emerged as an evidence-based strategy to address these challenges. Unlike traditional lighting, which focuses primarily on visual performances, circadian lighting intentionally targets the non-visual photoreceptive systems by modulating light intensity, spectrum, timing to reinforce biological rhythms. The evidence base for circadian lighting in older adults is growing, but it remains quite mixed. Studies often differ widely in types of lights used, its intensity, timing, and duration, which makes direct comparison challenging. Overall, bright light intervention during the day, usually around 1000 to 2500 lux at the eye, tend to show most consistent benefits. These include better sleep efficiency, longer total sleep time, fewer nighttime awakenings. This is especially true for older adults with dementia, where improvements in agitation, mood, and daily activity rhythms are commonly reported. However, not all findings are positive. For instance, blue-enriched lighting can sometimes improve daytime activity but worsen sleep at night, highlighting how sensitive older adults are to spectral distribution and timing. Dynamic or tunable lighting systems have shown potential, but results are inconsistent. What stands out is a very large variability between individuals, suggesting that personalized lighting strategies may be more effective than a one-size-fits-all approach. Furthermore, meta-analysis generally conclude that circadian-aligned lighting helps with sleep, mood, and circadian rhythm stability, but they also emphasize that many studies suffer from weak reporting practices, small sample or short-term interventions. Many do not use biological relevant metrics such as melanopic EDI or circadian stimulus. Altogether, this evidence suggests that well-designed circadian lighting delivers strong daytime melanopic exposure and reduces nighttime light, which can meaningfully support well-being in older adults, especially when tailored to their needs and physiological changes. The following case studies illustrate real-world application of circadian lighting in residential care environments, highlighting both outcomes and implementation lessons. Liu et al. Study involved patients with dementia in residential care. Under morning ambient bright light of about 2500 lux versus low light control, he observed improved sleep efficiency, increased total sleep time, reduced nocturnal awakenings, and advanced sleep onset after several weeks. Hopkins, on the other hand, installed blue-enriched fluorescent lighting of about 900 lux at 17,000 kelvins for 4 weeks and then washed out them at 4,000 kelvins and 200 lux. He observed increased daytime activity, reduced subjective anxiety, but more nighttime activity, reduced sleep efficiency, and subjective sleep quality. Judy's study involved 14 senior home residents using tunable LED lighting over a 24-hour period with intensity approximately 80 to 1000 lux and color temperature at 2700 to 5000 kelvins. He did this study for 5 weeks of circadian lighting versus 5 weeks of conventional lighting. He found no significant group change in rest activity rhythms, cognition, or well-being, but larger inter-individual variation indicating need for personalization and larger trials. For better care, let's talk about design principles. During the day, older residents need more than just enough lighting for seeing. They need sufficiently strong short wavelength light to activate the circadian system. Cool or day white light illumination helps mimic natural daylight and support alertness, mood, and entertainment, while also accommodating older adults, increasing visual needs such as contrast and brightness. As evening approaches, the shift to warm, dimmer light helps reduce melanopsin stimulation via the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells and supports the natural melatonin rise. A gradual dimming sequence helps signals the transition from day mode to night mode to support better sleep onsets. The rise of melatonin is important as it is the hormone that helps the body sleep better at night. Daylight exposure remains the most effective and natural way to support circadian entertainment. Design should prioritize daylight access where daylight is limited, for instance, rooms without windows or during darker seasons. Artificial lighting must be tuned appropriately to compensate if daylight is missing. Likewise, on lighting scheduling, consistency is key. Circadian supportive lighting is most effective when the light-dark schedule is regular and aligned with residents' routine. Unscheduled lighting changes, inconsistent use, or staff overrides may undermine the benefits. Finally, it is important not to sacrifice safety or visual comfort. Good color rendering index, glare control, uniformity, and additional task lighting preserve residents' ability to perform daily activities safely and comfortably while still supporting circadian health. Therefore, it's also important to balance circadian aims with visual comfort and safety. Key takeaways to conclude. Circadian lighting can meaningfully improve sleep, mood, and daily functions in older adults, but only when intensity, spectrum, and timing are correctly delivered and consistently applied. Treat lighting as one part of a holistic care strategy. Prioritize daylight, schedule automated day-night lighting, involve staff, and use monitoring to personalize and maintain effectiveness. Thank you so much for listening. The QR code has a list of references for this presentation. Thank you once again.
Czy to wyjaśniało parę?
Has that explained certain matters? I heard that that clarified some things for some people. And ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation, Dr. Vera Korniat from the university, from the Lviv National University of Veterinary Medicine and Biotechnology. It's a presentation about the situation of seniors in Ukraine in the years since the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion. Ladies and gentlemen, dear academic community, Polish friends, I send my warmest greetings from Ukraine, from Lviv. I am extremely pleased to have the opportunity to speak at your conference once again. Today, I would like to briefly outline what has changed in Ukraine in recent years. In recent years, during the fourth year of living in a state of war. As we live in a state of war, initially, we had high hopes that it would be short-lived, but these expectations have not been fulfilled, which is why changes in various areas, including the approach to older people, are taking place quite dynamically. First, I will present the most important data to illustrate the general situation in the country. According to the Ukrinform platform, current news from Ukraine and the world, over 9.5 million people over the age of 60 live in Ukraine, which is about 20% of the population. The forecast by the end of 2025 says that people over 60 years of age will comprise 25% of the society, and those over 65 years of age approximately 18.5%. Life expectancy for Ukrainians is approximately 66 years for men, approximately 76 years for women. So today, out of approximately 10 million pensioners, 2.8 million are employed. This is approximately 26%. Previously, in 2017, this figure was approximately 19%. The pensions often do not cover basic needs, and this is one of the main reasons why pensioners have to work. And we have this unique situation that the living conditions are really different. Right now, you have pensioners who are working, but they are not officially employed. And I think that this situation makes a difference. So the data tells one story, but the reality may be different because they were not taken into account. Now, when it comes to living conditions, according to Help Age report, 32% of older people do not have safe housing due to the war. Whereas in 2022, that number was smaller. It was 11% less, so 21%. The number of people who have difficulty buying food, medicines, and hygiene products has increased. Many people live in poor housing conditions that require urgent repairs. And it's a very sad situation because such people cannot manage on their own. People also suffer from psychological problems, isolation, fear, poor information, support. So this was not such a significant factor before, but I will give you more details later. As for the state policy strategy, the Ministry of Social Policy recognizes the aging of the population as a serious trend and is working to improve social services, to protect rights, develop alternative forms of care, and develop infrastructure. In recent years, new approaches appeared in Ukraine when it comes to working with older people. The new approach tries to take into account the challenges of war, demographic changes, and the needs of the older generation. And I listed 10 key new approaches and programs for older people that are being implemented in Ukraine in the period from 2023 to 2025. So, first of all, we moved to a needs-based approach, a targeted assistance model. The state is moving away from the Soviet practice of categories and is focusing on the assessment of individual needs, health, mobility, housing situation, risks. This changes the logic of social policy. Assistance becomes more personalized. The Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine has announced a change in the social assistance model from packages or statuses to a system focused on the needs of a specific person, not just their age or status. This approach assumes that assistance is provided from the top down in accordance with real circumstances, health, mobility, life situation, rather than formal criteria. And the second element, we have a pilot service of social adaptation in municipalities. Between 2023-2024, a pilot project on social adaptation was launched, targeting older people, people with disabilities, and those affected by the war and the internally displaced persons. In 2024, the project was expanded to dozens of municipalities in several oblasts to provide support to as many people in need as possible. This service is aimed at older people, people with disabilities and internally displaced persons who have lost their social ties, housing or support. And the third element. In 2024 and 2025, an experiment was launched to enable older people or people with disabilities, including internally displaced persons, to use supported housing or residential care services in accordance with the principle of funding follows the person. That means that the state pays for the services and the person chooses where and how they want to receive assistance. This gives older people, especially the most vulnerable ones or those without relatives, more autonomy, flexibility and dignity in their use of social services. The program was launched in 2024 in several oblasts and is being extended to the whole Ukraine in 2025, since it's proven to be a positive practice. Fourth element, development of barrier-free environment for older people. As part of the National Barrier-Free Strategy, we have adaptation of public spaces, training of social workers in universal design principles, taking into account the needs of older people when planning humanitarian aid. Barrier-free and accessible, taking into account the needs of older people, people with disabilities, and internally displaced persons. As part of the National Accessibility Strategy by the year 2030, which has been initiated, among others, by the First Lady Olena Zelenska, measures are planned to create barrier-free spaces so that older people can more easily use services, move around, and receive assistance. And the fifth element, a comprehensive approach. The premise of the resource is that support won't be divided into medical and social. The elderly receive support from a single team of specialists, case management, which is particularly important during wartime. Law and practice are increasingly moving towards a model of comprehensive social services that combine medical assistance, social, psychological, and legal support, and adaptation measures. All that is done so that older people can maintain the highest possible quality of life and dignity. This approach assumes that the needs of seniors are multidimensional and that universal solutions sometimes, or actually often, prove to be insufficient. Digitization of social services. We have electronic registers, a simplification of procedures for pensioners. There is a plan to create a single common platform to obtain social services. The authorities, including the Ministry of Social Policy, have declared their intention to modernize the social sector through digital solutions. This is supposed to facilitate access to services, simplify document circulation, increase the transparency of the system, and adapt it to wartime conditions. This is especially important for the elderly who live in rural areas or in areas close to the front. And point 7, pension increases and targeted support for war-affected regions. The priority for 2024 and 2025 was the indexation of pensions and additional benefits for older people in war zones and liberated areas. In 2024, pensions were significantly indexed and funds were allocated to support senior citizens, particularly those living in frontline and war-affected areas. Procedures for displaced pensioners were simplified so that they could receive benefits in their new places of residence. And point 8, psychological programs for older people who have experienced war. Such programs were initiated in 2024 and 2025. These are either grant-based or state programs, and they are made up of mutual support groups, crisis counseling, telephone helplines, mobile psychological teams for villages and communities near the front line. And point 9, development of educational programs and digital skills for older people. It's really important for seniors to acquire digital skills. We have adult education centers, universities of the third age, which offer digital skills courses to make sure that older people can work with the GE app, that they can make online payments, engage in remote communication, and have access to medical services. This is especially important for older displaced persons. And point 10, strengthening the work of social workers and community coordinators. Between 2023 and 2025, extensive training was provided to staff working with older people in crisis situations. New professional roles emerged: community coordinator, social adaptation specialist, mobile social worker, crisis assistant. This changes the quality of services. Instead of care according to a list, you get real work with the individual life situations of older people. Why such changes have become necessary? So today the situation is a bit better than 2-3 years ago. The war has significantly increased the number of vulnerable people: seniors, pensioners, internally displaced persons, people with disabilities. Many of them have been left without loved ones, without a home, often with limited health. So selective standard assistance has proven insufficient. Existing models of social protection were often too bureaucratic, static, and ill-suited to rapid change. Whereas today we need flexibility, adaptability, and addressability. It is necessary to take into account not only economic aspects, but also socio-psychological, medical, and life aspects, so that older people can maintain their dignity, independence, and quality of life. And also fairness and equality. What should count is not the passive number of benefits or available services, but real support that meets individual needs, taking into account place of residence, health status, and other circumstances. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I apologize for any linguistic errors I may have made during my speech. I wholeheartedly wish us all peace, tranquility, and a happy future, and may this terrible war end as quickly as possible. Thank you, and see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this deeply moving statement comes as the last presentation in this conference. Now I would like to invite the director to come to the front to offer a summary of the conference and close it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you that you have stayed with us until the end of this presentation. Thank you for this opportunity to present this year's findings of our research into the situation of older people. Very soon a publication will be made available also in digital form on the website of this university. Apart from the publication, there will be a number of pictures from our project, including photos of you and others. So you're welcome to have a look at it. Christmas is coming, so I would like to wish you a great atmosphere. I wish you that you can spend this Christmas in warmth and happiness with your family, and may the newborn Christ lead you in peace and happiness and bring you to the next year. Thank you.